Chapter 670. Between the heavens and the earth, it was already filled with green light and that dazzling purple light. Everyone could see that between the mountains, a huge green arm was continuously clashing with an equally huge purple light bell. As they clashed, the turbulent energy was sent flying, causing the surrounding space to collapse layer by layer. However, even the distant places were not spared. The powerful ripples spread out, causing the earth and mountains to be in a mess. Such a huge commotion caused many disciples to widen their eyes and shock to appear on their faces for a long time. Not only did they not expect that such a shocking clash would not occur on the promotion peak, but here. What was even more unexpected was that one of them was actually a new disciple. Even though this new disciple had already made a name for himself not long after entering the sect. However, in the eyes of many people, it was nothing. In the eyes of many people, because of Qin Hao, he did not even dare to participate in this assessment. However, who would have thought that this new disciple would not only participate in the assessment, but also defeat Qin Hao? Now, he was actually fighting with Tai Xian to such an extent. At this point, even if he was defeated, there was almost no one who could be on par with him among the Iron Plate disciples. How long had it been since he entered the sect? In total, it was probably less than a month. So, how could everyone not be shocked? After a long time, they gradually regained their senses. Then, they once again paid attention to the stalemate in front of them. However, looking at this scene, even though Yan Chutian had displayed too many shocking methods, it still made everyone think that he had no hope of winning. This was because those with discerning eyes could clearly see that he should be fighting to his last resort. It was undeniable that this 1,000 feet great 1,000 spirit slaughtering array was extremely powerful. However, if it was to deal with Tai Xian, in the eyes of everyone, it was still a little lacking. After all, Tai Xian could be ranked in the front among the numerous dragon heads. How could he not possess extremely powerful strength? Right now, because of the previous battle, some flaws had been found, and the other party was chasing after him. However, as long as he could block this attack, he would definitely erupt with his most powerful attack. At that time, even if this new disciple's formation still existed, it would be difficult for him to escape defeat. However, even if they thought of this, no one would laugh at Yan Chutian's weakness anymore. In the eyes of the crowd, even if he lost, it was not shameful. After all, he had lost to Tai Xian as a new disciple with a cultivation of level 4 Yuanying. To be more precise, with such a performance, he was already a dazzling star. His brilliance was enough to make many of the older generation disciples feel endlessly ashamed. However, what they did not know was that Yan Chutian was not willing to be defeated here. He was only one step away from advancing to the peak. How could he be willing to be stopped here? At this moment, a sinister look appeared in Yan Chutian's eyes. Just now, he had used the profound sun swallow to the extreme. Now that he was using the profound sun spit, it would be the same. However, even if he knew this, he still had to suppress all the pain and use all his strength to slowly open the profound sun spit. While Yan Chutian was struggling to open the profound sun spit, Tai Xian, who was originally sneering as he waited for Yan Chutian's attack to be exhausted, suddenly had a very bad feeling in his heart. When he sensed that this bad feeling came from Yan Chutian, he could not help but change his expression. This was because he found it hard to imagine that his opponent should be at the end of his rope. However, if that was the case, how could he still feel such a dangerous feeling? Even though it was hard to believe, as the uneasy feeling grew stronger and stronger, Tai Xian finally could not suppress it anymore. He could not help but release another drop of purple marrow. However, his hesitation was already too late. By the time he made up his mind to release the purple marrow, Yan Chutian's bloodied palms had already completely closed. However, as he closed them, a gap that seemed to lead to another world slowly opened. Within that gap, a violent energy was extremely violent. The moment it was revealed, It was enough to cause the space between heaven and earth to tremble violently. And its target was Tai Xian. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying violent energy had already turned into a towering pillar of light that shot towards Tai Xian. In an instant, the pillar of light heavily bombarded the scattered source purple marrow bell. Following which, the sturdy and powerful spiritual technique was forcefully torn apart. The moment the purple marrow bell was torn apart, Tai Xian, who was preparing to activate the purple marrow, only had shock and disbelief in his eyes. He could not believe that his scattered source purple marrow bell had been destroyed in an instant. He could not believe that his opponent could still unleash such a shocking attack when he was at the end of his rope. Moreover, in this attack, he actually felt the aura of his purple frost chi and purple marrow. But how was this possible? Not to mention the purple marrow, the purple frost chi was unique to him. How could his opponent have mastered it? However, he no longer had the chance to ask Yan Chutian. The energy pillar of light shot out and directly tore apart the purple marrow bell, following which it continued to drive straight in. Naturally, it was like he was a dead dog as he was heavily smashed into a mountain behind him. Boom boom! The mountain shook and the earth shook. It was as if the mountain that Tai Xian had pierced through had its foundation shaken. It was hard to imagine how deep he had been smashed into the mountain. In an instant, the atmosphere between heaven and earth had completely frozen like frost. Everyone stared fixedly at the gently shaking mountain. Pairs of eyes stared as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. This was because they really could not imagine that the change of victory or defeat could happen in such a short time. In just an instant, Tai Xian had been smashed into the mountain. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, Yan Chutian was still in a sorry state. In the eyes of many disciples, he was like a towering mountain that could not be shaken. However, at this moment, only Yan Chutian knew in his heart that with Tai Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to really defeat him. It was true that Tai Xian had been severely injured by him. However, even Yan Chutian had to admit that he could not defeat Tai Xian. However, this was already enough. He did not want to defeat Tai Xian in the first place. He only wanted to get rid of Tai Xian so that he could rush to the promotion peak in one go. With this thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate at all. Even though his consumption and injuries were terrifying, he immediately revealed his Xian shadow. Dragging his injured body, he no longer concealed himself and rushed towards the promotion peak. Seeing Yan Chutian's figure, many disciples immediately regained their senses even though they were still in shock. Immediately, several figures rose from the ground at the same time. They used all their speed to chase after Yan Chutian's back. The auras of these figures who rose from the ground were all at the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. They were the leaders of the Iron Plate disciples. They were not fools. They definitely did not think that Tai Xian would fight with this new disciple for no reason. And this was definitely for Hui Yan's sake. At this moment, the new disciples' sudden action made them suddenly realize that the situation was as they had thought. This new disciple's useless efforts at the fire pond were all a disguise. He had secretly gathered 10 wisps of fire flame. How could they miss out on 10 wisps of fire flame? This was their only chance to climb the promotion peak. Damn it! At the same time, Yan Chutian could not help but curse as he sensed the several powerful auras madly chasing after him. Although his face was pale, he knew that these guys were flies with the sharpest sense of smell. Even though he was so fast, they were still able to catch up to him at the first moment. Thinking about it, if he had escaped a little slower, he might not even have had the chance to escape. He would have been directly captured by these people. But since he had already come this far, how could he let his efforts go to waste? In his blood-stained palm, 2 jade bottles appeared one after another. They were the floating cold fruit and the spirit-receiving grass. Then, he raised his hand and waved. The jade bottle on the left was directly thrown out. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, and under the surprised gazes of the few leaders who were chasing after him, it suddenly exploded. The jade bottle exploded, and an extremely dense cold air crazily spread between heaven and earth. Although this floating cold fruit was not used by Yen Chutian in the formation, it had the same effect here. As long as it could stop these people, even if it was only for a moment, it was worth it. Chapter 671. Just as Yen Chutian had expected, the sudden appearance of the dense cold air caught those dragon-headed bosses off guard. Even though their reactions were extremely fast, they each used their own methods to break through the cold air. However, this process still took 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time might seem insignificant under normal circumstances, but now, in such a situation, Yen Chutian already had quite a bit of time difference. It was enough for him to open up some distance. Needless to say, as he was escaping, he also took the opportunity to open the other jade bottle. The jade bottle just now contained the cold air, so the thing inside this jade bottle was naturally the spirit-receiving grass. The spirit-receiving grass could explode one's spiritual energy in a short period of time, erupting with power that surpassed one's realm. For the currently weak Yen Chutian, it was the best help to escape. However, considering the damage to the spirit-receiving grass, he only ate 1/3 of the original 2 portions of the spirit-receiving grass. However, even if it was only 1/3, after the spirit-receiving grass was slowly refined, Yen Chutian still felt that his originally dry dantian was suddenly filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, at the same time, he also felt that something in his body was being damaged. Even though it was just a little bit, it was still a little bit. Even if it was just a little bit, it was no longer perfect, and it was even more difficult to make up for it. However, Yen Chutian was very clear that now was not the time to be calculative. He was only trying his best to gather all the energy in his body. He was doing his best to push the Xian shadow to the limit, and rushed straight to the promotion peak. Under such circumstances, 1,000 feet was just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the dragon-headed bosses who rushed out from the cold air all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. At this point, how could they not see that this new disciple was already prepared? Most likely, he had already expected this situation before he fought with Tai Xian. However, even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. Even if they knew that their opponent was already an arrow at the end of its flight, it was one thing to know, and another to be able to catch up. Most importantly, the level-up peak was right in front of them. However, no matter how unwilling these leaders were, they could only watch as Yen Chutian dragged his injured body towards the peak of advancement. Immediately after, he grabbed out 10 flames that caused their eyes to turn red with envy. 10 flames appeared, and as if they were being guided by something on the promotion peak, they started to ripple like waves. Then, as they surged, they wrapped around the former's body. Enveloped by these flames, Yen Chutian did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt that the originally isolated promotion peak in front of him seemed to have some sort of connection with him. In other words, he had a feeling that he could ascend the advancement peak. With this in mind, how could Yen Chutian hesitate? He immediately rushed into the mountain peak. Seeing the other party enter the promotion peak, the eyes of the dragon head boss chasing after them turned red. Then, one of them seemed to be unable to suppress the throbbing in his heart. He followed Yen Chutian's back and actually rushed towards the promotion peak. However, as he had not gathered 10 flames, he obviously could not enter the promotion peak as easily as Yen Chutian. The moment he approached, an indescribable pressure spread out. Then, as if there was an invisible palm, it directly slapped him away, smashing him into the rocks behind him. This smash caused quite a commotion. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to the dragon head boss, it still caused him to lose face. However, at this moment, he did not care about his face. Instead, he stared intently at the promotion peak in front of him, as if he wanted to use his eyes to stare an entrance. Yen Chutian had already entered the promotion peak. Naturally, these dragon head bosses did not have a common target to chase after. However, this did not mean that they would just give up. After all, although none of them had gathered 10 flames, each of them more or less had some. In other words, as long as they were strong enough, it was not impossible for them to ascend the promotion peak in front of them. The atmosphere immediately became tense. When the disciples who were watching from afar saw this, they already understood that a chaotic battle was inevitable. At the same time, the moment Yen Chutian reached the promotion peak, he crashed into the grass in a sorry state. However, at this moment, he did not dare to hesitate. He secretly consumed some spiritual rock marrow while holding the jade bottle of spirit grass tightly in his hand. Then, he continued to rush towards the promotion peak. The 6 hours were almost up. He still did not know the situation of the 2 seats at the promotion peak. If it was for the best, naturally no one would appear. However, if the situation was not good, even if he had to swallow all the spirit grass, he would fight to the death. He only hoped that the situation would not be so bad. Flying all the way, even though he was still injured, Yen Chutian appeared at the promotion peak in less than 10 breaths. Looking around, Yen Chutian let out a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no one sitting on the 2 empty seats. It seemed that he should be the first to ascend the promotion peak. However, who would have thought that in the next moment there was an abrupt, indifferent laugh that suddenly sounded from a certain seat. "Oh? I did not expect that the one who finally ascended the promotion peak would be you." Before the voice finished speaking, Yen Chutian's heart was already tensed up. Then, he quickly looked over and saw that on the left seat, there was a figure in red who was lazily lying down. Don't be nervous. There are 2 seats here. I can't take both of them. You can just sit on the other one. I am just curious. The one who finally ascended the promotion peak is actually you, the new disciple. The man in red said with a smile. On his handsome face, there was a look of curiosity. Yen Chutian didn't know the identity of this red-robed man, but from the looks of it, he had long ascended the promotion peak. He should be the highest-level figure among the bosses. Then, he carefully sensed the man and confirmed his thoughts. That was because the man in red's cultivation was already half a step into the heavenly palace realm. It was no wonder that he was able to ascend the promotion peak so early. The test in this mountain range was set up for the Yuanying realm iron token disciples. Using it to deal with those in the heavenly palace realm was a little too much. Even if he was only half a step into the heavenly palace realm, it was still the same. However, what made Yen Chutian feel strange was that this red-robed man was not as ostentatious as the other bosses. Perhaps the fact that he had half a foot in the heavenly palace stage was something that only a few people knew about. But no matter what, the man in red did not have any enmity, which was naturally the best thing for Yen Chutian. Immediately after, Yen Chutian leaped onto another seat and sat down cross-legged, silently recovering from her injuries. That said, even though the red-clothed man spoke very pleasantly, he was still secretly paying attention to everything that the red-clothed man did. But what Yen Chutian did not expect was that the man in red did not seem to have any intention of making a move. Instead, the man in red started to chat with him with interest. During the conversation, although Yen Chutian did not say anything, the man in red did not mind at all and took the initiative. Thus, Yen Chutian knew the identity of the man in red. His name was Gu Hongshan. It was not that Yen Chutian wanted to keep a low profile, but that he had coincidentally broken into the heavenly palace realm on the eve of the test. Since Gu Hongshan took the initiative to make friends with him, Yen Chutian would naturally not treat him coldly. Gradually, the two of them became familiar with each other. After they became familiar with each other, Gu Hongshan began to ask him about what happened outside the promotion peak. Yen Chutian did not hide anything and told him everything. Gu Hongshan was obviously a smart person. Even if Yen Chutian did not deliberately mention him, he could still vaguely guess the commotion he caused with just a few words. Since the other party was the one who said it, Yen Chutian naturally would not hide it. After all, this kind of thing would be known as long as the test was over. What made Yen Chutian even more relieved was that just as he nodded his head in acknowledgement, the ancient sound of a bell finally rang out in the mountain range. This meant that the 6 hours of the test had come to an end. At this moment, the two people on the top of the promotion peak, namely him and Gu Hongshan, had obtained the qualifications to be promoted to bronze disciple. Yen Chutian thought about it and understood. None of the dragon heads had gathered 10 wisps of flame by themselves, and at the same time, they had gathered in front of the promotion peak. Naturally, it was impossible for them to return to the fire pool to continue collecting. The only possibility was that a chaotic battle had begun to snatch the flames from their hands. But how could a chaotic battle end in a short period of time? That was why he was able to sit steadily in his seat until the end. Chapter 672. P.S. Everyone can give a free recommendation vote every day. It only takes a few seconds. Blue sky thanks. As the ancient bell rang, the numerous figures in the assessment mountain range helplessly shook their heads. The reason for that was because they knew very well that they were destined to have no fate with the advancement. At the same time, the numerous dragon-headed bosses who were fighting below the advancement peak also stopped moving. They knew that it would be useless to continue fighting. The only thing they could do was to turn their gazes filled with unwillingness towards the sky, towards the promotion peak in front of them. Especially when they thought about how the new disciples had all entered the promotion peak, while they could only sadly fail. The unwillingness on their faces became even more intense. At the promotion peak, when the bell rang, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but yawn. He smiled towards Yen Chutian and said, "Congratulations, junior brother Yen, for advancing to bronze plate disciple." Hearing this, Yen Chutian instantly returned the greeting. No matter what, Gu Hongshan's attitude was pretty good. If it was possible, he wouldn't mind becoming friends with him. Of course, this kind of friendship couldn't be formed overnight. Only after interacting with each other for a period of time would one be able to know just how deep one's friendship with the other party was. A quarter of an hour later, everyone appeared outside the mountain range. But the current situation was completely different from before they entered the promotion peak. The gazes of the numerous iron plate disciples were tightly focused on the two figures in the middle. They knew that these were the two people that had obtained the qualifications to advance after this assessment. Although they didn't know when Gu Hongshan had already ascended the promotion peak, all the iron plate disciples were speechless when they sensed the valiant pressure that was faintly emitted from him. But the other figure had been seen by many disciples when he defeated Qin Hao and heavily injured Tai Xian. But his cultivation was only at the 4th level of yuanying, which made everyone's expression a little strange. But this strange expression was more of envy or jealousy. Thinking about it, it was simple. He had just entered the inner sect, and was promoted to a bronze disciple with only yuanying stage 4 cultivation. How could they not be jealous? Needless to say, when Qin Hao's and Tai Xian's eyes looked over, the fury and unwillingness in their eyes seemed to be about to materialize and spurt out. Both of them thought that they had only lost because of their carelessness. If he had been just a little bit more careful, then the one who would have lost wouldn't have been him, but that ant. But no matter how unwilling and angry they were, there was nothing they could do except regret. Because they knew very well that the outcome had already been decided. At the same time, Elder Chui, who was in charge of the assessment, slowly turned his gaze towards the two of them. Especially when he looked at Yen Chutian, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a wisp of shock. Although he already had a rough idea of what had happened in the test mountain range. But knowing was one thing. The fact that Lin Fan was able to defeat Qin Hao and severely injure Tai Xian with only yuanying stage 4 cultivation still couldn't help but shock him. But no matter what, he was still an extremely experienced deacon. He had seen many storms and waves. Even though he was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Then, he followed the rules and gave the 2 promotion bronze plates to the 2 of them. Grabbing the bronze plates in his hand, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that the surrounding gazes had already become scorching hot. This was especially true for a few of them. They were so hot that they seemed to be able to skin him alive. In response, Yen Chutian couldn't help but smile indifferently. He raised his hand and took out his identity iron plate under everyone's gaze. The iron plate and the bronze plate intersected. Then, without any action from him, they emitted a faint light and merged with each other. In a short few breaths, the bronze plates had completely merged with Yen Chutian's identity iron plate. The original identity iron plate had also completely turned into a bronze plate, emitting a green light. The identity bronze plate had been formed. No matter how scorching the surrounding gazes were, they immediately quieted down. The identity token had been formed and only its owner could use it. So what if they were envious? It had already lost its effect. Looking at the identity bronze plate in his hand, Yen Chutian couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Even though this assessment was thrilling and the waves weren't small, in the end, it still allowed him to advance. He knew that with his advancement speed, he should be able to attract the attention of some people in the Cloud Sky faction. Yen Chutian hoped that his master would also notice this. But he also knew that unless it reached the level of the top disciples of the Jade Tablet, it was extremely unlikely that the matters between disciples would reach his master's ears. But even if his master didn't know, he was not disappointed. This was because Yen Chutian was completely confident that he would be able to reach the Heavenly Yuan stage again and regain his identity as a Jade Tablet disciple. At that time, the chances of him meeting his master would greatly increase. As long as he could meet him even once, he was confident that he could prove his identity to his master. While Yen Chutian was thinking to himself, the assessment had already come to an end amidst the differing opinions of the many Iron Plate disciples. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the fact that a new inner sect disciple had advanced to a bronze plate disciple in less than a month was already known by all the Iron Plate disciples. In fact, this news had even reached the ears of many bronze plate disciples. In the depths of the Tianyang faction, a young man's face was sunken as he viciously smashed the stone table beside him. At his waist, there was a silver plate that was shining with silver light that was extremely eye-catching. Moreover, his cultivation was extraordinary, and it faintly revealed a powerful cultivation. Moreover, it seemed that it was because of his rage that it caused the surrounding space to shatter layer by layer. What a piece of trash! He can't even deal with a new disciple, and even allowed him to advance to a bronze plate disciple. The young man was furious. He really did not expect the Iron Plate disciple of the Cloud Sky faction to be such a piece of trash. If he had known earlier, how could he have lowered himself to communicate with such a piece of trash? But apart from his anger, he was also anxious in his heart. This matter had been hinted to him by an elder. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to deal with a new disciple from another faction that he did not even know? He had originally believed that this matter would be a piece of cake, and that he would be able to use this opportunity to curry favor with that elder. But who could have imagined that he would actually fail? If that elder ended up hating him because of this, wouldn't all his efforts be for naught? God damn it! Thinking about this, the young man could not help but roar out in rage. In his rage, he viciously smashed the already broken stone table even more. At this moment, Yen Chutian was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the cave, silently recovering from the injuries he had suffered in the Test Mountain range. Although he had successfully advanced to a bronze plate disciple, his injuries were not small. Especially when he had consumed some spirit-receiving grass, his injuries were the most serious. Luckily, he had prepared the spiritual rock marrow and had consumed it at that time. If not, his injuries would have been even more serious. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Yen Chutian finally let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Although he was injured, what made Yen Chutian happy was that, after this battle, his cultivation was a blessing in disguise. He was close to Yuanying Realm Level 5. When he opened his eyes, Yen Chutian's injuries had already recovered. As such, he did not close his eyes anymore. Instead, he took out his identity bronze plate. After advancing to a bronze plate disciple, there was an additional set of cultivation resources within his identity plate. Not only did it give him an extra 1,000 contribution points, but it also gave him the chance to enter the spiritual cultivation platform and the spiritual technique hall. Not only that, but he would also have the opportunity to sit cross-legged and cultivate under the spiritual origin tree. This chance to cultivate under the spiritual origin ancient tree made Yen Chutian really excited. In the past, he had cultivated at the top of the spiritual origin ancient tree. As such, he was very clear about the benefits of cultivating under the spiritual origin ancient tree. Even if he could only cultivate at the outer area of the spiritual origin ancient tree, he still had some confidence that he could use this chance to break through to Yuanying Realm Level 5. Although it sounded like the gap between this breakthrough and the last time was too short. However, Yen Chutian was clear that this would not cause his foundations to be unstable. This was because the cultivation resources of the inner sect were far from what the outer sect could compare to. This was the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast. Not to mention that after the tough battle in the Test Mountain Range, his foundations had been completely solidified. Chapter 673. The Cloud Sky faction was vast and filled with cultivation treasures. But if one were to talk about the two most well-known places, they were also the most eye-catching places. These two places were the Spirit Yuan ancient tree that Yen Chutian first saw when he returned to the Cloud Sky faction, as well as the vast spirit cleansing lake behind the ancient tree. However, since everyone knew about these cultivation treasures, it was naturally extremely easy to fight over them. As such, cultivating under the Spirit Yuan ancient tree was definitely not an easy task. Anyone who wanted to cultivate under the shade of the ancient tree would need to spend a large amount of contribution points and possess sufficient strength to gain a foothold. As for the position above the ancient tree, it was something that disciples without a golden token status could not even dream of. Yen Chutian relied on the one chance recorded in the bronze token. Although he did not need to spend any contribution points, it also meant that he did not even have the qualifications to enter the area under the tree's shade. However, even such an opportunity was not something that ordinary bronze token disciples could obtain. Even a bronze token disciple would need to spend a lot of contribution points if he wanted to cultivate near the Spirit Yuan ancient tree. Back to the main topic. How could Yen Chutian resist the opportunity to cultivate beside the Spirit Yuan ancient tree for too long? After adjusting his body's condition, he impatiently rushed towards the ancient tree. Standing on the vast land, there was an extremely eye-catching giant tree that towered into the sky on the horizon. The giant tree had luxuriant branches and lush leaves, spanning a distance of several hundred feet. The dense spiritual energy of the world seemed to have taken on a physical form as it continuously poured down from the top of the tree. It was enough to obscure the naked eye, as if the interior of the tree was a world of its own. Yen Chutian glanced at the Spirit Yuan ancient tree. Naturally, he also saw that there were many figures sitting cross-legged in the outer area of the tree's shade. He could clearly sense that the figures sitting outside the tree's shade were at least at the Heavenly Palace stage. They were clearly bronze token disciples. Compared to them, his cultivation at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage was really not enough. In the eyes of those who did not know, they would probably think that he had relied on his status as a spoiled brat to obtain this status. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian secretly laughed, and then no longer thought about it. He lifted his feet and swept to a certain seat in the periphery. However, just as he was moving, he suddenly felt that there was a spiritual energy aura rapidly approaching from the other side. He couldn't help but look over. Looking over, it was obvious that the person approaching was none other than Gu Hongshan, who had advanced to the next level together with him on the advancement peak. At this moment, Gu Hongshan was still dressed in red, and there was a smile on his handsome face. When he saw that Yan Chutian was also looking at him, he directly said with a smile, "Junior brother Yan, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here." Yan Chutian also felt that it was a bit of a coincidence. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was obvious that they were also preparing to rush to a seat and start cultivating. Just as Yan Chutian responded with a faint smile, Gu Hongshan, who was close to him, hurriedly said, "Junior brother Yan, follow me. I see 2 good seats over there. Although they are only in the shade of the spiritual Yuan ancient tree, they are still better than here." As his voice fell, he took the initiative to lead the way, and swept to a seat on the other side that was closer to the center. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate. Although in his opinion, with his current cultivation, there was no difference where he cultivated outside the shade of the spiritual Yuan ancient tree. However, the other party had good intentions, and since he had taken the initiative to show his good intentions, he naturally would not reject. Therefore, he followed Gu Hongshan's figure. After a few breaths, he saw the 2 seats that the former had mentioned. Indeed, as Gu Hongshan had said, although these 2 seats were also outside the shade of the spiritual Yuan ancient tree, they were still much better than normal. Normally, such places would be occupied by bronze token disciples. However, there were fewer people today, so there were no seat. "Junior brother Yan, quickly take a seat. You just entered the sect not long ago, so you may not know what an excellent cultivation ground this spiritual Yuan ancient tree is. Although it is only outside the shade of the spiritual Yuan ancient tree, it is still much better than the cultivation ground that iron token disciples could enter." Gu Hongshan did not forget to remind Yan Chutian as he sat down cross-legged. As he reminded Lin Yun, he inadvertently looked behind the spiritual Yuan ancient tree. Although he could not see what he was looking at, from this angle and the burning gaze in his eyes, it was obvious that he was looking at Lin Yun. Yan Chutian did not even need to think to know that Gu Hongshan was thinking about the spiritual cleansing lake. For silver token disciples, it was standard practice to cultivate under the spiritual Yuan ancient tree before going to the spiritual cleansing lake. But for bronze token disciples like them, it was already good enough to be able to cultivate under the spiritual Yuan ancient tree. At most, they would go to the spiritual refinement platform after cultivating and find a better spot to perform spirit refinement. Although a place like the spiritual refinement platform was not bad, it was a place that silver token disciples would not go to. After all, how could the spiritual refinement platform compare to the spiritual cleansing lake? Yan Chutian knew what Gu Hongshan was thinking, but he did not say much. He simply followed him and sat down cross-legged beside him. Right now, his top priority was to steadily break through to the 5th level of the Yuanying ancient tree. It would be best if he could steadily increase his cultivation and approach the Heaven Palace realm. Yan Chutian knew very well that while he could fight those above his level in the Yuanying ancient tree, he would not be able to do so in front of a Heaven Palace realm cultivator. The difference between a small realm and a large realm was simply incomparable. Yan Chutian exhaled lightly and gradually sank into a cultivation posture. As soon as he entered the state of cultivation, the unique power of the spirit origin ancient tree quickly enveloped his entire body. Although there were immortal spirit veins buried under the spiritual Yuan ancient tree, the most important thing was not to cultivate with the spiritual energy of the immortal spirit veins. Instead, it was to be transformed by the spiritual Yuan ancient tree into extremely soft and pure spiritual energy for cultivation. Perhaps the spiritual Yuan ancient tree was not rare, but it was rare to see one as large and ancient as this one. The older and larger the spiritual Yuan ancient tree, the stronger its effects. That was why it was such a precious cultivation ground for the cloud-sky bloodline. Fortune and misfortune always came hand in hand. Although Yen Chutian was injured in the Test Mountain Range, his cultivation had risen from the initial 4th level of the Yuanying Ancient Tree to the 5th level. Now that he was in the spiritual Yuan Ancient Tree, such a precious cultivation ground, his cultivation was slowly approaching the 5th level of the Yuanying Ancient Tree. From the looks of it, Yen Chutian might really be able to step into the 5th level of nascent soul realm just by relying on the spirit origin ancient tree. While Yen Chutian was silently cultivating, Gu Hongshan naturally wouldn't waste his time. He also silently entered a cultivation state. If Yen Chutian was preparing to break into the 5th level of the Yuanying Ancient Tree, then Gu Hongshan was naturally preparing to break into the Heavenly Palace realm. This was because Gu Hongshan knew that ever since he became a bronze disciple, his half-step Heavenly Palace realm cultivation wasn't enough. It was not an exaggeration to say that in the entire Cloud Sky faction, only he and Yen Chutian beside him had not stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage despite being bronze plate disciples. Gu Hongshan couldn't possibly not feel pressured. Time was always short when it came to cultivation. A short 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. But 5 days was the final deadline for Yen Chutian and Gu Hongshan to cultivate under the spiritual Yuan Ancient Tree. At this very moment, Yen Chutian's cultivation had reached the final juncture of a breakthrough. His cultivation would sometimes reach the 5th level of the Yuanying Ancient Tree, but sometimes it would fall back to the 4th level. Such a situation might be troublesome for other cultivators, but for someone as experienced as Yen Chutian, it wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, under the spiritual Yuan Ancient Tree's excellent environment, his chances of success would be increased by a lot. In the end, nothing unexpected happened. As dusk approached, Yen Chutian's aura finally stopped at the 5th level of the Yuanying Ancient Tree and gradually stabilized. As such, Yen Chutian wasn't in a hurry to open his eyes. Instead, he used the remaining time to strengthen his foundation bit by bit. At the same time, Gu Hongshan, who was wrapped in the spiritual Yuan Ancient Tree's power, was also fluctuating. The commotion he emitted was much greater than Yen Chutian's. After all, he was breaking through to the Heavenly Palace realm. This was a breakthrough in a major realm, not something a breakthrough in a minor realm could compare to. It was clear that Gu Hongshan was a powerful man. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the spirit tree was an excellent place for cultivation. In the end, it allowed him to smoothly break into the Heavenly Palace realm. Gu Hongshan couldn't help but laugh when he reached the Heavenly Palace realm. Then, he recovered his senses and quickly retracted his aura and commotion. Chapter 674. When Gu Hongshan regained his senses, he quickly retracted his laughter and aura. He knew that there were more and more people cultivating under the spiritual origin ancient tree. If he accidentally affected others because of his actions and offended a certain fellow, then it would be an unexpected calamity. Fortunately, after Gu Hongshan withdrew his aura, he scanned his surroundings. Within Gu Hongshan's line of sight, the surrounding seated figures were still quietly seated. Thinking about it, they weren't affected by him. After knowing this, Gu Hongshan let out a sigh of relief. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face again. Even if he had just entered the Heavenly Palace realm and his foundation wasn't stable, he had still stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm. Yuanying had already opened up a Heavenly Palace in his Dantian. Although the Heavenly Palace realm was still rough, Gu Hongshan was confident. Under his meticulous polishing, the Heavenly Palace realm would quickly become refined. At that time, he would possess strength equivalent to the Heavenly Palace realm. Senior Brother Gu, congratulations on entering the Heavenly Palace realm. When Gu Hongshan suddenly appeared, Yen Chutian awoke from the state of stabilizing her cultivation. She then faintly smiled and congratulated the former. Hearing this, Gu Hongshan responded with a faint smile. He had already forgotten about the formalities. Clearly, he was overjoyed that he had entered the heavenly palace realm. Seeing this, Yen Chutian could understand. A breakthrough in a small realm was enough to make one happy. Not to mention that it was a breakthrough in a major realm. Thinking back to when he entered the heavenly palace realm, he was also overjoyed. While Yen Chutian was congratulating Gu Hongshan, the curtains had finally come to an end for the duo's Spirit Yuan ancient tree cultivation. Gu Hongshan, who had just entered the heavenly palace realm, immediately went into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. Although Yen Chutian wasn't in a rush, he also returned to his cave residence. He had also just entered the 5th level of the Yuanying ancient tree. Although his foundation was stable, it wouldn't go wrong to strengthen it. And this time, when he returned to the cave, he was very clear that he was afraid that he would have to be quiet for a very long time. After all, his current cultivation was still too weak. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, it would still be difficult for him to contend against those bronze plate disciples at the heavenly palace stage. Since he knew that he couldn't win, he naturally couldn't be so stupid as to bump into him again. It was better for him to calm down and raise his cultivation first. However, even Yen Chutian himself did not expect that he would remain silent for half a year. In the past half a year, he had been quietly cultivating every day, polishing his foundation and breaking through at the right time. As a result, he didn't cause many ripples among the bronze disciple rank. Even his promotion to bronze disciple at the beginning was gradually forgotten. However, it also allowed him to reach level 8 of Yuanying after reaching level 5 of Yuanying. Furthermore, he was only a hair's breadth away from the 9th level of Yuanying. And to Yen Chutian, keeping a low profile in exchange for a steady increase in his cultivation was obviously a very worthwhile thing. In the depths of the forest where the spirit beasts of the Cloud Sky bloodline were wreaking havoc, Yen Chutian was currently fighting with a level 9 Yuanying savage beast. With his current strength, dealing with this savage beast was a piece of cake and he easily subdued it. However, after killing this savage beast, there wasn't any joy on his face. Instead, he was extremely calm. This was because he knew that the Yuanying stage was nothing to him. Speaking of which, it was even less important for him to become a bronze plate disciple. What he needed to face now was the heavenly palace stage. However, even after cultivating in silence for half a year, Yen Chutian still wasn't confident that he could fight against a heavenly palace stage expert. It wasn't that he wasn't confident, but that he knew how big the gap between the Yuanying stage and the heavenly palace stage was. In the heavenly palace stage, the Yuanying stage was to open up the heavenly palace in the Dantian and replace the original Dantian with the heavenly palace as the foundation. No matter how vast the Dantian was, it couldn't be compared to the heavenly palace stage. However, Yen Chutian wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to see if there was any possibility of him fighting against a heavenly palace stage expert. With that thought, he looked at the top of a giant tree and saw a red-clothed figure sitting quietly. "Senior Brother Gu, I want to go in and take a look." The red-clothed figure at the top of the giant tree was Gu Hongshan. Yen Chutian had been cultivating in silence for half a year, but he wasn't alone. Instead, his friendship with Gu Hongshan had deepened day by day. Gu Hongshan's expression changed slightly when he heard Lin Yun's words. He knew that if he went deeper into the forest, the spiritual beasts that appeared should be at the heavenly palace stage. It was also the training ground for bronze plate disciples. Even if he went in alone, he would have to be extra careful. Thus, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be able to take care of Yen Chutian. At the same time, how could Yen Chutian not see through Gu Hongshan's hesitation? He smiled and said, "Senior Brother Gu, don't worry. If I can't defeat them, I will immediately retreat. There are restrictions in the training ground for these disciples. As long as I retreat, those spiritual beasts won't be able to do anything even if they chase after me." Gu Hongshan seemed to have recalled the strangeness of Yan Chutian's profound shadow movement technique. Even if he was still worried in his heart, he still nodded his head. Junior brother Yan, I will pay attention to the surroundings. If there are powerful Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beasts, I will immediately retreat. Thank you, senior brother Gu. Yan Chutian waved his hand and smiled. He then solemnly looked at the dense forest that seemed to be connected, but was actually separated by a layer of invisible restrictions. He had a premonition that today was the day to test the results of his half a year of cultivation. Rustle, rustle, in the ancient and silent forest, footsteps gently rang out. The source of the footsteps was Yan Chutian, who was carefully walking in the depths of the dense forest. Even if he couldn't see anything with his naked eyes, he could sense several powerful auras through his senses. Gu Hongshan had clearly sensed those auras as well, which was why he didn't stay at the top of the tree. After all, although his cultivation was faintly showing signs of touching the second level of the Heavenly Palace stage, it wasn't much in this place. After walking for a long time, Yan Chutian suddenly sensed another aura. However, what was different from before was that although this aura had also stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm, the aura that leaked out revealed a sense of dispiritedness. Based on his many years of experience, Yan Chutian quickly guessed that this Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast was injured, and it wasn't a small injury. As such, this spirit beast was clearly the best opponent for him to hone his skills. After all, he didn't have the confidence to fight against a true Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast. After stepping into the Heavenly Palace stage, Gu Hongshan's senses were much sharper than before. Thus, he could clearly sense that this spiritual beast was injured. He also knew about Yan Chutian's intentions. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he quickly thought of the same thing as Yan Chutian. The two of them had been together for half a year, so they understood each other very well. Thus, when they looked at each other, they knew what the other was thinking from their eyes. Although Gu Hongshan still felt that it was a little risky, he couldn't think of a safer option. Furthermore, with him around, even if the Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast went berserk, he could still subdue it. Thus, he nodded his head. Junior brother Yan, let's go. But before we take action, try to lay down a concealment array in the surroundings to reduce the commotion. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if we attract even stronger spiritual beasts. Hee, thank you, senior brother Gu. Yan Chutian chuckled as he tapped his foot on the ground and charged towards the spiritual beast's aura. After flying for nearly 100 feet, a huge tiger finally appeared in his line of sight. It was quietly lying in the dense forest. The huge tiger's body was pitch black and it was several feet in size. The aura it emitted was powerful and ferocious. It was a genuine Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast. However, there was a bloody wound on the tiger's leg. It was unknown what ferocious beast tore it apart with a claw, but even its flesh was exposed. It was because of this hideous wound that this ferocious tiger, which was usually full of energy, had its eyes tightly shut and was lying on the ground. Looking at this spiritual beast, Yan Chutian's desire to temper himself grew stronger. Not to mention that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find a second opponent like this in this dense forest. Chapter 675. However, even if he had made up his mind, Yan Chutian did not immediately take action. Instead, he followed Gu Hongshan's instructions and set up a concealment restriction around the tiger. Even if such a restriction could not completely isolate any movement, it could greatly reduce the commotion. In this way, it should be able to avoid attracting other spiritual beasts to a large extent. Thus, it took a full 2 hours before Yan Chutian finally stopped his actions. He raised his hand and activated the concealment restriction one after another. When the restriction formation was activated, the injured fierce tiger was the first to notice it. All of a sudden, an extremely murderous aura began to spread out. The intelligence of a Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast was no different from a human. Thus, how could the tiger not understand that someone was secretly making a move against it? In a hidden corner, Gu Hongshan was fearless as he looked at the ferocious tiger. Not to mention that the tiger had just entered the heavenly palace stage and could not compare to him. Not to mention that it was heavily injured. If he fought with it, Gu Hongshan had full confidence that he could swiftly kill it. He was confident in himself, but as for Yan Chutian's battle with this fierce tiger, he had no confidence at all. Gu Hongshan admitted that Yan Chutian was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain the promotion opportunity for another bronze plate disciple half a year ago. But no matter how extraordinary he was only at the Yuanying stage. But even if the ferocious tiger before him was injured, it was still a genuine spiritual beast at the Heaven Palace realm. Even with his friendship with Yan Chutian, he found it very hard to believe that he would be able to defeat Xiong Hu with his current cultivation. So much so that he even had some doubts about whether he could fight with the tiger. Thus, at this moment, Gu Hongshan had already made sufficient preparations. If the situation was dire, he would immediately take action. At the same time, Yan Chutian's thin and slender body had already stepped into the tiger's line of sight. But after seeing Yan Chutian, Xiong Hu's originally extremely cautious expression couldn't help but be taken aback. Yan Chutian didn't need to think too much to know that Xiong Hu must have seen through his cultivation. He had never truly stepped into the 9th layer of the Yuanying technique, so how could he not be doubted? He was afraid that in his eyes, he was no different from an ant that was courting death. Xiong Hu's mood was exactly what Yan Chutian had expected. Originally, it thought that a powerful human cultivator must have appeared, and because it was already injured, it would not be able to escape. However, Xiong Hu did not expect that the human cultivator that appeared was actually an ant that had not even touched the heavenly mansion realm. With such a cultivation level, even if it was injured, it could still kill him effortlessly. However, it did not understand. Could it be that the human in front of it was an idiot? Was he clearly here to die? Yan Chutian did not care about Xiong Hu's reaction. In the next moment, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his figure suddenly leaped out. The violent spiritual energy that had already touched the 9th layer of the Yuanying technique surged out from his arm. In a split second, it shattered the layers of space, and finally attached itself to his right fist. In an instant, it heavily smashed towards Xiong Hu's head. Yan Chutian did not hide his attack. Thus, Xiong Hu sensed that the opponent dared to take the initiative to attack itself. Even if it was puzzled, its pride and ferocity suddenly erupted. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, its pillar-like sharp claws had already directly slapped towards Yan Chutian. In the next moment, the two disproportionate claws fiercely collided. Boom! The vibrating energy ripples immediately spread out. At the same time, in the midst of the turbulent sound, a thin figure was directly smashed out, falling a distance of more than 10 feet. The figure that was smashed out was naturally Yan Chutian. After falling a distance of more than 10 feet, he channeled his spiritual energy and barely managed to land on the ground. However, when he landed, the ground was already cracked. This was only the remnant power of Xiong Hu's slap. Hurriedly stabilizing the turbulence in his body, Yan Chutian's face had an unprecedented solemn expression. Even if he knew the difference between the Yuanying stage and the Heavenly Palace stage, he had to admit that he had overestimated himself this time. Yan Chutian knew that this was because he had always been fighting above his level. Even if he repeatedly told himself not to be arrogant, he had always been fighting above his level. In the end, it would still cause an undetectable pride to emerge from the depths of his heart. It was a good thing that he had discovered this. Otherwise, if he overestimated himself and fought with those Heavenly Palace stage cultivators in the future, he would be truly foolish. However, even so, Yan Chutian did not want to give up. This was because even if he knew his own strength, this Xiong Hu was still an excellent training target. Using it to train himself would allow him to grow at the fastest speed. As for safety, there was no need to worry. Even if he could not defeat it, he was still confident in his ability to escape. Moreover, Gu Hongshan was guarding at the side. Yan Chutian knew that if he was in danger, Gu Hongshan would definitely act at the first moment. As such, Yan Chutian once again took a step forward and attacked the Xiong Hu without any regard for his life. Following that, Yan Chutian continued to attack the Xiong Hu. Even though his attacks were broken by the Xiong Hu again and again, it was like a cockroach. Every time it was broken, it would stand up again. Such a scene caused Gu Hongshan, who was secretly observing, to tremble. At this point, he finally understood why Yan Chutian could fight above his level. With such a ferocious nature, not to mention Iron Token disciples, even Bronze Token disciples wouldn't be able to find more than a handful. Even so, Gu Hongshan knew that with Yan Chutian's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat this injured Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast. He was in the Heavenly Palace stage, so he naturally knew how terrifying the spatial energy of Heavenly Palace stage cultivators were. Even if this Xiong Hu did not specialize in this kind of power, it would be a fatal blow to Yan Chutian as long as it displayed a little of its power. As Gu Hongshan had expected, the Xiong Hu was annoyed by Yan Chutian's harassment. It roared once again, but this time it did not attack. Instead, there was an indescribable power that swept out from its mouth. Whether it was Gu Hongshan or Yan Chutian, they knew that this was the spatial energy. Thus, when Yan Chutian retreated, he immediately yelled out, "Senior brother Gu, save me!" But even without him saying anything, Gu Hongshan had already shot out like lightning. At the same time, the spatial energy that was not any weaker than the Xiong Hu swept out, heading straight for the Xiong Hu. When Gu Hongshan made his move, the fate of this injured Heavenly Palace stage spiritual beast was determined. It was already destined. As expected, after a quarter of an hour, it fell into the hands of the former. Seeing Gu Hongshan slaying the Xiong Hu, Yan Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and silently recovered from his injuries. While recovering from his injuries, Yan Chutian knew that his cultivation was still insufficient. Or rather, it was too insufficient. There was still a gap between him and the Heavenly Palace stage, the 9th level of the Yuanying stage. With such cultivation, any Bronze Token disciple would be able to beat him up. At the same time, Yan Chutian also vaguely felt that he had only spent half a year to raise his cultivation by several levels. In the end, his cultivation was still somewhat superficial. It seemed that he had to find a way to enter the spirit cleansing lake. If he could cultivate in it, not only could he solve the problem of his cultivation being superficial, but he could also break through to the 9th level of the Yuanying stage and even reach the Heavenly Palace stage. But when he thought of this, Yan Chutian felt a headache coming on. The Spirit Cleansing Lake was a cultivation treasure land that was even more difficult to enter than the Spirit Origin Ancient Tree. And with his cultivation advancement in the past half a year, how could he leave behind enough contribution points to support his cultivation in the Spirit Cleansing Lake? Moreover, even if he had enough, he would probably only be able to enter the edge of the Spirit Cleansing Lake. He wouldn't even be able to enter the outer lake. After thinking about it, Yan Chutian could only put his thoughts back on the mission. The mission he was talking about was the mission issued by the Cloud Sky Clan. As long as he could complete it, he would be rewarded with merit. Merits were divided into 5 levels, and as long as he completed a mid-level mission, he would be able to exchange mid-level merits for a chance to enter the outer lake of the Spirit Cleansing Lake to cultivate. Chapter 676. After Gu Hongshan killed the Heavenly Palace Realm Ferocious Tiger, he began to feel around the spiritual beast's body. After all, this was a spiritual beast that had stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm. Some parts of its body could be directly counted as materials or equipment. Regardless of which part it was, it could more or less be exchanged for contribution points. When Gu Hongshan was more or less done, Yan Chutian finally couldn't suppress the thought that surfaced in his mind and slowly said to Gu Hongshan, "Senior brother Gu, I want to try taking on a medium merit mission." But even if Yan Chutian had intentionally added the two ambiguous words try, with Gu Hongshan's wisdom, how could he not have guessed that Yan Chutian was intending to obtain a medium-grade cultivation technique? As for the reason, there was no need to even think about it. It was definitely for cultivation resources. However, how could a medium merit mission be easy to complete? Even Gu Hongshan himself had only barely completed a low merit mission and received a low merit mission. Although the current him was much stronger than when he had completed a medium merit mission, he still didn't have the confidence to complete a medium merit mission. Thus, in his opinion, how could Yan Chutian possibly complete a medium merit mission? It would be good if he could barely do it, waste time, and fail. If it was serious, he could even be injured or even lose his life. Thus, Gu Hongshan immediately wanted to ask Yan Chutian to give up. He wanted to say that no matter what cultivation resources he needed, he could wait and help him. But just as he was about to speak, Yan Chutian's words sounded again. "Senior brother Gu, you don't need to persuade me. Although I want to obtain a medium merit mission, I'm not so overconfident as to think that I can complete a medium merit mission by myself. So, I thought that I might be able to take on a mission that requires me to be an assistant. Thinking about it, with the various methods that I have, even if my strength is slightly lacking, I should be able to get the other party to agree and barely get a medium merit mission." Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Gu Hongshan understood his thoughts. Yan Chutian's words meant that he was to follow behind some of the disciples who wanted to complete the upper technique or earth technique missions and be their assistant. In this way, although it was impossible to obtain the same amount of merit as the mission, it was not impossible to get a lower level of merit. Perhaps other disciples would find it difficult to muddle through like this, but Gu Hongshan was clear that Yan Chutian had grasped many different abilities, especially the array Dao and the spiritual eye. Therefore, if he wanted to earn some credit, it was not impossible. However, Gu Hongshan was clear that even if Yan Chutian had the ability to impress others, he would not be able to escape from being a hoodlum. Thus, if they were to follow him all the way, it would be a light punishment if they were to be looked down upon and ignored. If it were them, they would not have the face to follow him. However, since Yan Chutian had already said so, he naturally could not say it out loud. He could only look at Yan Chutian with a complicated expression and said, "Junior brother Yan, have you really thought it through?" Yan Chutian could still hear the complicated meaning in Gu Hongshan's words, but he did not care about it. In his opinion, muddling through did not mean that he would be able to muddle through a merit. Even if others thought so, at least Yan Chutian did not think so. Since others could make him follow them to complete the mission, it meant that he had the ability that the other party valued. Since that was the case, how could he muddle through? "Senior brother Gu, don't worry. However, I think that I will be away for a long time this time. I hope that by the time I return, senior brother will have broken into the second level of the Heaven Palace realm as you wished." Yan Chutian said casually with a smile, making Gu Hongshan even more speechless. He could only remind him to be careful. The next morning, Yan Chutian arrived at the mission hall early in the morning. However, it was different from before. This time, what he wanted to accept was not an ordinary mission, but a merit mission. Looking at the wide light screen, there was a dazzling lineup of merit missions. Every mission was marked with the merit level first, and then there was a detailed introduction at the back. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not even have to think about it. He directly moved to the back. After moving to the intermediate merit missions, he looked up one by one. Although the hope was slim, he still hoped that there would be a simple intermediate merit mission that he could complete alone. However, the goddess of luck obviously would not always be on Yan Chutian's side. Not long after, his face was filled with disappointment. There were quite a few middle-rank missions, but none of them were something that he could complete on his own. Helpless, Yen Chutian could only scroll up. It seemed that no matter what, he could not escape the title of muddling through in the eyes of others. Not long after, Yen Chutian also looked through all the high-merit missions. However, even after looking through so many high-merit missions, he still could not find a place where he could provide help. But if he could not provide help, how could he let those disciples take him to complete the missions? His line of sight subconsciously continued to move up. Yen Chutian could not help but look at the Earth Merit missions. He still had Earth Merit and Heaven Merit missions that he had not checked yet. However, Yen Chutian was also very clear that from the Earth Merit missions onwards, at least one gold disciple was the leader before they could accept them. In other words, almost all the participants were silver disciples. Yen Chutian could not imagine what the other party would think of him as a half-assed bronze disciple. Perhaps even if he had many methods, the other party would not put them in their eyes at all. They would only mock him for overestimating himself. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Chutian's originally hesitant expression quickly calmed down. This was because he had once again thought clearly that there was no other path for him to take. Even if it would appear that he was overestimating himself in the eyes of others, he still had to do his best to display his abilities, especially the spiritual eye. Yen Chutian more or less had a certain amount of confidence. With his spiritual eye, even if others looked down on his cultivation, they would hesitate because of his spiritual eye. After all, in some special places, only the spiritual eye could be used to investigate the surroundings. However, just as Yen Chutian was preparing to check the Earth Merit and Heaven Merit missions, a figure slowly approached him. Yen Chutian's senses were very sharp. As long as there was a gaze locked onto him, he would immediately sense it. Thus, Yen Chutian instantly sensed this gaze that did not retract. However, after sensing it, he was not afraid at all. This was because he did not think that anyone would dare to make a move against him in the mission hall. He slowly raised his head and followed the line of sight. When he saw the figure that was slowly walking over, he couldn't help but be stunned. That was because the blue-clothed figure wasn't a stranger. It was the golden disciple that had some sort of fate with him, Shun Han. At the same time that he saw Shun Han, Yen Chutian could vaguely sense that Shun Han had broken through from the 7th level of the Heavenly Palace realm to the 8th level. Thinking about it, the great leaf floating cold fruit should have allowed him to break through half a year ago. Knowing that it was Shun Han, Yen Chutian was even more unguarded. Although he didn't have much contact with Shun Han, he knew his character. It's just that Yen Chutian didn't understand why this Shun Han would suddenly walk towards her. Shun Han's expression did not change in the slightest when his gaze met with Yen Chutian's as he continued to walk over. Only when he was right in front of Lin Yun did his deep voice slowly resound. Back then, because of the great leaf floating cold fruit, I owed you a favor. Even if you didn't mention it, since I have already said it, I will not take it back. Today, by chance, I accepted an Earth skill mission. So, I thought that perhaps I could use this Earth skill mission to repay the favor from that day. Hearing Shun Han's words, Yen Chutian couldn't help being stunned. He did not expect Shun Han to be such a person. He did not think about how he would repay the favor, but Shun Han took the initiative to come over. This instantly made him view Shun Han in a higher light. Furthermore, Yen Chutian had to admit that Shun Han had hit the nail on the head when he mentioned returning the favor. If it was something else, he might have rejected it, but this Shun Han was also a sensitive person. He immediately continued, "When completing this mission, I might need the power of your spiritual eye, so there's no need to mind it." Chapter 677. Although Shun Han's words were pleasant to hear, how could Yen Chutian not know that Shun Han was only saying such comforting words because he was afraid that Yen Chutian would reject him? Otherwise, with his understanding of Shun Han's character, He would definitely explain everything clearly the moment he appeared. He wouldn't take the initiative to place the favor on the table. However, Yan Chutian wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. Furthermore, he wasn't greedy for the upper merit points, but he did need an intermediate merit point. Furthermore, he didn't want Shen Han to think that he was purposely making Shen Han feel that he owed him a favor. Thus, in the next moment, Yan Chutian slowly nodded his head. Then I will first thank Senior Brother Shen for your help. However, there's no need for the upper merit point. I'm just following Senior Brother around, and getting an intermediate merit point will be enough. Hearing this, Shen Han didn't say anything, as if he had silently agreed. However, due to his character, even Yan Chutian didn't know if he agreed with him. However, Yan Chutian couldn't care too much about that. Shen Han then took out the glittering identity token that would make countless disciples envious. With a slight movement of his palm, rays of light converged from the gold plate and fused into Yan Chutian's dim bronze plate. Following which, Yan Chutian could sense that there was an additional mission in his bronze token. Without much thought, he knew that this should be the Earth Technique mission that Shen Han was bringing him to. Thus, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the token, grasping the contents of the Earth Technique mission in his heart. After a brief moment, Yan Chutian understood the contents of the Earth Technique mission. So it was for them to bring back an immortal spirit vein that was about to evolve. This kind of mission could be considered an Earth-level mission. After all, an immortal spirit vein was enough to make cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the Heavenly Palace realm yearn for it. With such a temptation, even in the Tsongyuan continent, it was hard to guarantee that there would be some desperados who wouldn't care about the reputation of the Firmament God Palace and forcefully fight for it. After all, there were also unwritten rules. Since the Firmament God Palace issued such a mission to the disciples, it meant that it was a trial. As long as it was not some overpowering Xiozha who deliberately killed the disciples of Dark God Palace, the upper echelons of Dark God Palace would not care. Tomorrow morning, wait at the entrance of my Cloud Sky sect. When Yan Chutian understood the mission, Shen Han's soft voice slowly rang out. Then, without waiting for Yan Chutian's reply, he immediately stepped into the air and made some preparations. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately kept the identity bronze plate. Then, he stepped on spiritual energy and returned to the cave dwelling. Although perhaps in Shen Han's heart, he was just a muddlehead, but he still had to prepare well. He didn't care if others thought it was stupid or not, as long as he had a clear conscience. The night passed without words. At dawn the next day, Yan Chutian was already waiting at the entrance of the Cloud Sky sect, and he didn't have to wait for too long. When the sun rose again, he saw Shen Han's figure. However, what Yan Chutian didn't expect was that on the other side of Shen Han, there were also two figures flying over at the same time. It was a man and a woman. Their appearance was similar and they should be siblings. The woman's appearance wasn't bad. Coupled with her purple dress, she revealed a mature and attractive aura. However, rather than paying attention to her appearance, Yan Chutian was more concerned about the woman's cultivation. Her cultivation had probably already stepped into the Tianfuging 7th floor, which was the realm that Shen Han was at half a year ago. Although this cultivation realm was not as good as Shen Han, it was still the same as Shen Han, the identity of a gold disciple. The black-clothed youth, who looked similar to the woman in purple, didn't have a strong cultivation. He was only at the first level of the Sky Palace realm, which was the same as Gu Hongshan. However, Yan Chutian was clear that this was from his previous perspective. If it was now, he would probably be no different from an ant in the eyes of the youth, right? As expected, when the sister and brother followed Shen Han and descended, Yan Chutian immediately felt the mocking gaze from the black-clothed youth. However, Yan Chutian didn't even look at him. Instead, he directly looked at Shen Han. Seeing this, Shen Han didn't hesitate at all and immediately said generously, This is junior sister LV Chinchan. She invited me to participate in this Earth Technique mission. There are a total of 4 people for the mission. We each brought 1 person. When Shen Han said this, Yan Chutian already understood. It turned out that the black-clothed youth was the same as him. He was also here to muddle along. Thus, he wouldn't have any good attitude towards the black-clothed youth. Because since they were all muddling along, there was no difference. Then how could the other party have the face to put on an arrogant attitude? Although he didn't know what the relationship between Shen Han and LV Chinchan was, no matter how good their relationship was, Yan Chutian still had this attitude. After all, he wasn't the one who begged Shen Han to bring him along to muddle along. However, it was obvious that the relationship between LV Chinchan and Shen Han was only ordinary. Because very quickly, he heard LV Chinchan's red lips open slightly and slowly speak. Senior Brother Shen, before we start the mission, let's first explain the distribution of merits. Hearing this, Shen Han obviously knew what the other party meant. His expression didn't even change as he directly said, apart from the Earth Technique, I want the remaining Upper Technique. You can raise any conditions. Hearing that, Yan Chutian's face froze. He didn't expect Shen Han to still insist on fighting for the Upper Technique. It was fine if he wasn't clear before. However, if he wanted Shen Han to sacrifice his own benefits, his conscience wouldn't be at ease. However, before Yan Chutian could speak, LV Chinchan had already continued speaking. Senior Brother Shen, with this junior brother's realm, I'm afraid that even if he gets the upper technique, it won't be much different from an intermediate technique. But Xiong is different. He has already touched the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Thinking about it, as long as he uses the upper technique properly, he should be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Having said that, Lu Qinchan no longer looked at Shen Han. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face as she arched her brows and said softly to Yan Chutian, I believe that this little junior brother will not make senior brother Shen spend so much money and take credit for something that cannot be fully utilized, right? LV Qinchan's words were pleasant to hear, but how could Yan Chutian not hear the threat in her words? She was clearly telling him that if he could obtain the intermediate technique, he should know how to be satisfied. Don't even think about the upper technique. However, LV Qinchan was destined to miscalculate. If it was before, he would be willing to give up the upper technique to save himself the trouble. But since she was threatening him in such a way, then he wouldn't let her do as she wished. Haha. Senior sister LV, you must be joking. Senior sister isn't me. How do you know if I can use the upper technique to its full potential? Yan Chutian's faint laughter suddenly rang out, causing LV Qinchan's smiling face to slightly stiffen. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Yun would actually reply in such a way. Could it be that he was a fool and couldn't hear the threat in her words? However, considering that Shen Han was present, she naturally couldn't get angry. Instead, she continued to smile and said, This junior brother, could it be that you insist on making senior brother Shen spend money? Senior sister LV, you must be joking again. Why do I have to make senior brother Shen spend money if I want the upper technique? There are 4 merits for the mission. Senior sister LV and senior brother Shen, each taking 1 merit is naturally reasonable. But why is there a need to distribute the remaining upper and intermediate techniques so early? Isn't it better to distribute them according to your contribution after the mission ends? Yan Chutian's words caused LV Qinchan to be stunned. The black-shirt teen couldn't help but laugh mockingly and directly said, Yan Chutian, do you think that you can perform better than me in the mission and obtain the upper technique? Hearing that, Yan Chutian's face was calm as he calmly nodded his head. At the same time, he used his eyes to stop Shen Han, who was about to speak up for him. He was clear that if he said those words, Shen Han would find it hard to believe. It would also cause the LV siblings to laugh at him. However, he didn't want to implicate Shen Han, so he could only do that. Moreover, he didn't believe that even if his cultivation wasn't as strong as LV Xiong, he wouldn't be weaker in terms of support. Since he was a muddle, the effect of his own strength would definitely be reduced to the minimum. If not, he wouldn't need to muddle along. But if that was the case, then why couldn't he obtain the upper technique from LV Xiong openly? LV Qingchan's face was slightly stunned before it swiftly returned to normal. Although she didn't know what was wrong with Yan Chutian's head that he actually said such ridiculous words. Since he said it, she couldn't let him go back on his words. So when he saw her, he immediately said, "That's good too. Then let junior brother and my brother LV Xiong split the merits. Thinking about it, that would be the fairest." Chapter 678. In the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace, 4 figures shot out from the direction of the inner sect that countless outer sect disciples yearned for. This caused even those prideful geniuses of the outer court to secretly lower their prideful heads. They were clear that the figures that shot out were all inner sect geniuses. No matter which faction they came from, outer sect disciples like them couldn't compare to them. At this moment there were also some disciples who seemed to have just entered the sect. They lifted their young and tender faces and stared at the few figures that had shot out explosively from the sky. Although they didn't say anything, their tightly clenched right fists and solemn expression revealed the thoughts in their hearts. Obviously, this was another new disciple that had entered the inner sect as their number one goal. Whether such thoughts were overestimating their own abilities or their ambitions were higher than the heavens would depend on how far they could go in the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. As for now, everything was unknown. From the depths of the inner sect, 4 figures shot out in succession. They were none other than Yan Chutian, Chun Han, as well as the Lu family siblings. Perhaps because of the previous dispute, the 4 of them were still a group on the surface. However, faintly they separated from Chun Han and Lu Qingchan. Yan Chutian naturally followed Chun Han. It was also at this moment that Chun Han's soft but solemn voice gradually sounded. "I owe you a favor. You didn't need to say anything before, I would have definitely sent the top credit to you. Senior brother Chun, I'm not someone who takes credit. Moreover, I've already made it clear that it's enough to get a middle credit from senior brother Chun. It's just that senior sister Lu is a bit too much of a bully. Therefore, the credit is secondary. I just want to tell her that I, Yen Yun, am not someone she can casually bully." Hearing this, Chun Han's expression couldn't help but turn cold. Just now, he thought that Yen Yun was being mocked and said those words in a moment of hot-headedness. However, from what he heard now, it didn't seem to be what he thought. However, very quickly, Chun Han's expression returned to normal. So what if Yen Yun wasn't willing to be forced by Lu Qingchan? After saying those words, even he couldn't step out to help Yen Yun go back on his words. If everything was based on the contribution of the mission, even if Chun Han knew that Yan Chutian had a spiritual eye, he still found it hard to believe that his contribution would be higher than Lu Xiong's. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two was an entire realm. The difference was too great. However, since things had already reached this stage, it wasn't good for him to say anything more. He only wanted to make up for it from other places after the mission ended. After all, no matter what, it was because of him that such a series of things had happened. While Yan Chutian and Chun Han were conversing in a low voice, they didn't know that behind the beautiful Lu Qingchan, Lu Xiong's undisguised mocking laughter was constantly ringing. Lu Xiong, Lu Xiong's Lu Xiong, Lu Xiong Xiong, Lu Xiong for Xiong. Hearing Lu Xiong's laughter, Lu Qingchan's flawless face didn't reveal a mocking smile, but there was undisguised contempt in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Now that she thought about it, it was likely that her coercion had touched Lu Xiong's self-esteem. That was why he was so hot-headed and said such arrogant words. However, so what if he showed off? Once the mission ended, his pitiful self-esteem would be smashed into pieces. However, what made her feel slightly regretful was that after this matter, her relationship with that Chen Han would probably become extremely bad. After all, they had been together for a period of time and she knew his temperament. Seeing that Lu Qinchan didn't respond to him, Lu Xiong thought that she was worried about something and said directly, "Sister, you don't have to worry. Although that guy is full of tricks, he is limited to the nascent soul realm. But how can the Yuanying stage be compared to the Tianfu stage? I'm afraid that when the time comes, he will have to rely on Chen Han's protection." Speaking of Chen Han, Lu Xiong's face couldn't help changing as he gritted his teeth. Speaking of which, I wonder if Chen Han is crazy. He actually fought with you for an ant. This time, Lu Qinchan finally had a reaction. However, her reaction wasn't because of Lu Xiong's words, but because it was a pity that she had a bad relationship with Chen Han. Actually, she should have understood that they weren't the same type of person. So why should she care about it? After all, they had a little friendship in the past. Not long later, the four of them finally flew out. The location of the Firmament God Palace. As they rushed out, Shen Han and LV Qinchan both opened their respective missions. Following which, they rushed towards the location indicated on their missions. This flight lasted for several days. Generally speaking, a Yuanying stage cultivator wouldn't be able to endure several days of high-speed flight. Only Tianfu stage cultivators who had opened up their Tianfu realm could endure it. However, by relying on the Xianyang Qi, Yan Chutian was able to endure it. This caused Lu Xiong, who was prepared to watch him make a fool of himself, to return resentfully. Returning to the main topic, after several days of high-speed flight, the four of them had already descended in front of a massive canyon. Within the canyon was the location of the mission. However, when they descended, Yan Chutian already had too many doubts in his heart. Because along the way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would become weaker when they were far away from the canyon. When they were near the canyon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would become even weaker. Hence, he found it hard to imagine that there would be a high-grade spiritual vein that was about to become a celestial spiritual vein in such a place where the spiritual energy was so weak. However, Yan Chutian was clear that the world was huge and there were too many strange things. It was impossible to determine everything from the surface. Perhaps there was something strange that he didn't know about that allowed the spiritual vein to exist in such a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was weak. TSK, according to the information, there are Heaven Palace spiritual beasts in this canyon. Junior brother Yan, you have to be careful. All of a sudden, Lu Xiong's cold laughter sounded out. However, Yan Chutian only casually glanced at him. Not to mention responding, he didn't even pay attention to him. This made Lu Xiong, who originally wanted to ridicule Yan Chutian, change his expression. He clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. Seeing this, LV Qinchan couldn't help frowning. However, it wasn't because of Yan Chutian, but because of Lu Xiong. In her opinion, her younger brother was still too immature. It was obvious that the other party didn't know anything about his temperament, so why bother to ridicule him? Once the mission was over and the contribution points were revealed, even if there was no need to say anything, Lu Xiong would be so ashamed that he wouldn't dare to appear before the two of them again. However, LV Qinchan also understood that temperament was the result of many years of accumulation. She couldn't change Lu Xiong in a short period of time. Therefore, she didn't say much. Instead, she looked at Shen Han and said, "Senior brother Shen, the high-grade spiritual vein should be in the canyon. Let's go in first." Hearing this, Shen Han didn't refute and secretly released his perception. After enveloping the ground around him, he took the lead and swept into the canyon. Since Shen Han had already taken the lead, LV Qinchan naturally wouldn't hesitate. After releasing her perception, she also swept into the canyon. Then, Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong followed one by one. At this time, Lu Xiong didn't hide his disdain for Yan Chutian. But what made him helpless was that Yen Chutian seemed to have nothing to do with it from beginning to end. This made him feel that the best insult he could throw at her was just like punching cotton. After sweeping into the depths of the canyon, Yen Chutian discovered that there was indeed another world in the canyon. As far as the eye could see, the dense fog of the forest appeared in front of his eyes. Although it wasn't a man-made formation, it had a natural feeling. Moreover, with a slight perception, even a Yuanying realm cultivator would find it difficult to distinguish the direction here. Such a scene made Lu Xiong feel proud. He didn't know that Yen Chutian possessed a spirit eye, so in his opinion, such a natural formation like this would definitely make her dizzy and disoriented, causing her to display all sorts of ugly behavior. Although this wouldn't count as a contribution, it would give him a negative score before the contribution points were calculated. Therefore, in the next instant, Lu Xiong secretly increased his speed. His intention was naturally to shake off Yen Chutian and not let him follow him. However, he was destined to miscalculate. How could Yen Chutian, who had a spiritual eye, be trapped by such a natural formation? Chapter 679. Looking at Lu Xiong, who suddenly sped up, Yen Chutian did not understand the reason at first. But as an experienced person, he gradually understood that the other party was deliberately leaving him behind. Combined with the dense fog in the forest, which was like a natural formation, how could he not know that Lu Xiong wanted him to make a fool of himself? At that time, if he added fuel to the fire, he would probably be deducted a sum of money before he even started to gain merit points. Sadly, his beautiful dream was destined to come to naught. With the spiritual eye, it was not an exaggeration to say that Lu Qingchan or even Shen Han might not be able to come and go as he pleased in this dense forest. Thus, Yen Chutian did not even look at Lu Xiong as he used the power of the spiritual eye to avoid all illusions and directly passed through the dense forest that was like a natural formation. Yen Chutian did not deliberately increase his speed, so he was not in a hurry and just happened to be in the same place as Lu Xiong. This situation could not help but make Lu Xiong secretly angry. In his opinion, the other party was indeed cunning and clearly followed him closely. As such, he naturally wouldn't be trapped by the natural formation of the forest. Although he was angry, a sinister smile quickly appeared on Lu Xiong's face. Then, he slowly looked at the figure behind him, and a trace of ridicule appeared in the depths of his eyes. How could he, Lu Xiong, be so easy to take advantage of? In the next moment, Lu Xiong suddenly deviated from his original direction and rushed to the other side. In fact, his idea was very simple. Since the other party had made it clear that he was following him, then he would take more detours. In this way, he would be able to take the opportunity to shake him off. However, Lu Xiong would never know that when he deviated from the direction, Yen Chutian did not even spare him a glance as she continued to fly in the direction she had chosen. After half an hour, Yen Chutian rushed out of the dense forest. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast world in front of him. Shen Han and Lu Qingchan were standing silently, obviously waiting for the two of them to arrive. When Yen Chutian rushed out of the dense forest, the two of them looked at him one after another. Shen Han did not think much of it. After all, he knew that Yen Chutian had the spiritual eye, and this natural formation could not stop him. However, Lu Qingchan's gaze was different. She did not expect that this ant would be the first to walk out. No matter what, it should be her brother, Lu Xiong, who should be the first to follow. How could it be him? At the same time, Lu Qingchan did not know that her brother, Lu Xiong, was still fighting in the dense forest. Furthermore, due to the fact that he had deliberately chosen to take a detour, this natural formation-like region was truly of some use, and caused him to be delayed. As for the disappearance of Yen Chutian behind him, in his opinion, it was definitely because he had shaken her off. She should be running around behind him with her forehead full of sweat right now. Haha, the person who wanted to take advantage of him, Lu Xiong, had not been born yet. As a result, this secretly proud genius finally rushed out of the dense forest after a full quarter of an hour. However, just as he rushed out of the dense forest, his face, which originally seemed to be unable to suppress the smile on his face, suddenly froze like frost. The face that was forcefully holding back the smile suddenly froze. One could imagine how comical it would be. However, even if he knew this, Lu Xiong could not control his expression. This was because he actually saw that the fellow who he had imagined to be trapped in the dense forest in a sorry state had actually sat down cross-legged at this moment. Only after sensing his appearance did he slowly open his eyes. How could he accept such a difference between heaven and earth? At the same time, although Yan Chutian didn't know what was going on with Lu Xiong, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule him and immediately said with a lazy smile, "What's wrong, senior brother Lu? Could it be that you got lost in this forest? If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. There's no harm in waiting for me like this, but if you delay the fight for the immortal spirit vein, not to mention the upper merit points, you won't even be able to get the intermediate merit point." His heart was already unbalanced because of the difference. At this moment, when he heard the other party's seemingly reminder, but in reality, it was filled with ridicule. Lu Xiong's expression naturally couldn't be any uglier. However, at this time, he couldn't refute a single word. He could only suppress his anger and look at Yan Chutian in humiliation. At the crucial moment, it was his sister, Lu Qinchan, who stepped forward and helped him out. Alright, the advancement of a high-grade spirit vein is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Furthermore, the advancement of a high-grade spirit vein will cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid that once we step into the canyon, we will know. Next, the two of you follow us. Before the high-grade spirit vein advances, we will make preparations around it. Lu Qingchan's words were impeccable, so Yan Chutian could only respectfully obey. As for Lu Xiong, he naturally looked at his sister with gratitude. After the small disturbance, the four of them once again stepped into the air and headed straight for the depths of the canyon. Yan Chutian also had a premonition that the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance should be right in front of them. It shouldn't be too far away. As expected, after flying for around 10,000 feet, the originally thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly became extremely dense. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that the spirit vein was right in front of them. After advancing for another 1,000 feet, they could see from afar that there was actually a thin gap in the ground. Upon closer inspection, they could see that there was actually a dragon-shaped, extremely thick vine sticking out from the gap. However, regardless of whether it was Yan Chutian or Shenhan, they were very clear that this was definitely not a vine, but the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance. Actually, such a high-grade spirit vein was an unimaginable cultivation resource for the current Yan Chutian. Not to mention when it advanced to the immortal spirit vein. However, Yan Chutian was very clear that this was something that he couldn't protect. Although there seemed to be no one around, in reality, they were all secretly waiting for the high-grade spirit vein to advance. Once the spirit vein leveled up, those fugitives hiding in the shadows would reveal themselves one by one. When those people appeared, Yan Chutian didn't even need to think about it. They wouldn't even put him in their eyes, even if it was Lu Xiong, who had stepped into the heavenly palace realm. Otherwise, the level of this mission wouldn't have reached the Earth Technique level. Then, Lu Qingchan wouldn't need to call Shenhan because even she, who was at the 7th level of the heavenly palace realm, didn't have the confidence. Shortly after, they didn't continue to advance. Instead, under the lead of Shenhan and Lu Qingchan, they stopped roughly 50 feet away from the high-grade spirit vein. It was a wise decision to not approach the spirit vein right now because no matter who was the first to approach, unless they had the strength to suppress everyone, they would be the first to be kicked out. Yan Chutian quietly sat cross-legged as he waited. His gaze was naturally on the spirit vein. However, at this moment, Yen Chutian didn't care so much about how to obtain more contribution points, because when he looked at the high-grade spirit vein that was about to advance, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a kind of desire, but he couldn't tell what it was at this moment. Just as Yen Chutian's heart was a little anxious, Shen Han's soft voice suddenly rang out. This high-grade spirit vein should still require 7 to 8 days to advance. In these 7 to 8 days, everyone should conserve their energy because we're not the only ones who have their eyes on this spirit vein. When his voice sounded out, Shen Han didn't wait for the others to reply as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to conserve his energy. Hearing this, Yen Chutian also quietly calmed down the anxiety in his heart. Yes, no matter what it was, after the spirit vein advanced, he would completely understand. However, he was afraid that it was just his imagination. After all, even if it advanced to become an immortal spirit vein, it was just a cultivation resource for him. What was there to desire? Thinking until here, after gently shaking his head, Yen Chutian sat cross-legged and, as Shen Han said, he conserved his energy. However, it was precisely because he was conserving his energy like this that when he inadvertently mobilized the mysterious yang qi in his body, his original confusion was immediately cleared up, because he suddenly understood that the extreme desire didn't originate from anything else but the xianyang qi, and this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Before his profound yang qi had advanced twice, there had been such a situation. It was just that at that time, it wasn't as obvious as it was now. P.S. 700 chapters are just around the corner. Can everyone give me a wave of subscription support? Chapter 680. When he confirmed the source of the desire in his body, Yen Chutian was stunned. Deep in his heart, there was an unconcealable ecstasy that constantly spread out. One must know that in this life, Yen Chutian relied on nothing else but the mysterious Yang scripture. And what was the source of the mysterious Yang scripture? It was the pillar of everything, the mysterious Yang Qi. It was no exaggeration to say that for Yen Chutian, even a breakthrough in cultivation couldn't compare to the joy brought by a breakthrough in the mysterious Yang Qi. So now, he had a premonition that the possibility of another breakthrough in the mysterious Yang Qi was close at hand. How could it not make him happy and even crazy? However, Yen Chutian was still clear that even if the mysterious Yang Qi was close at hand, he couldn't act rashly at this moment. As long as he tried to get close to the high-grade spirit vein, he would be regarded as a coveting brat. At that time, if he became the target of public criticism, not to mention himself, even Shen Han might not be able to protect him. So even though he was extremely excited, Yen Chutian still clenched his teeth and tried his best to restrain his inner emotions. However, even if he restrained himself very well, it was still there. Lu Xiong, who had been trying to attack him, caught a glimpse of something strange and immediately sneered, "You really haven't seen the world. A mere high-grade spirit vein is so useless." Although Lu Xiong deliberately lowered his voice, it was impossible for Yen Chutian not to hear it. Although Yen Chutian was not angry, he still pushed the boat and said, "Yes, how can I be more knowledgeable than senior brother?" Hearing this, Lu Xiong was annoyed again because Yen Chutian's tone was clearly mocking him for putting on an act. If what he said was false, it would be fine, but it was true. He deliberately ridiculed him because he had lost face before. At the critical moment, it was LV Qinchan who spoke up to calm the situation. After calming down, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Yen Chutian. At this point, how could she not see that if it was a battle of wits, even 3 Lu Xiongs wouldn't be a match for Lin Yun? But what puzzled her was that if Lin Yun was so cunning, why did he say that he wanted to distribute the rewards based on merit points? Did he think that his wits would be of any use in the battle for the immortal spiritual vein? If that was the case, then she would be disappointed. In this battle, strength was the only thing that could decide everything. Even if he was a fool, as long as he had enough strength, he could defeat all his enemies and seize the spirit vein. But LV Qinchan didn't think too much about it. After all, the high-grade spirit vein was the mysterious Yang Qi wood. Furthermore, no matter how scheming the other party was, as long as the other party wasn't at the Heavenly Palace realm, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lin Yun. Therefore, the four of them quietly waited in this dark place. Waiting was always a long time, but no matter how long it was, it would eventually end. 6 days quietly passed. At dusk after the 6th day, the ancient spirit vein, which was originally only emitting a faint light, suddenly started to emit an increasingly dazzling light that continued to surge. An endless amount of dense spiritual qi gushed out from the spiritual vein and soared into the sky. It was so dense that it was almost tangible. But the most important thing was that the spiritual energy that was gushing out was clearly undergoing some changes. Although the spiritual energy was usually colorless and formless, at this moment, it was emitting an extremely pure and holy white light. As long as one could see this scene, they knew very well that this was the advancement of spirit energy. In other words, the high-grade spirit vein was slowly leveling up to the immortal spiritual vein. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian sensed that the faint auras in the surrounding mountain forest abruptly turned extremely sharp. Clearly, it was because of the leveling up of the spirit vein that the person hiding was no longer hiding. After all, anyone with a discerning eye knew that the leveled-up immortal spiritual vein wouldn't be taken away without a chaotic battle. "Get ready, we're going to move out." Shen Han's solemn voice suddenly rang out. Following which, a faint light shot out from his hand and landed on Yan Chutian's palm. "This is the spirit locking ring. If we fight later, LV Qinchan and I will block the front. So perhaps only you and Lu Xiong will be able to collect the immortal spiritual vein. He has already stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm, and his realm isn't something that you can compare to. This spirit locking ring can more or less help you collect the immortal spiritual vein faster. But your performance will depend on yourself." Hearing Shen Han's words, how could Yan Chutian not know that this was the greatest help that he could provide? This was because in this trip, if one were to talk about where one could obtain the most merit points, it would naturally be from repelling strong enemies and obtaining immortal spirit veins. If he could collect the immortal spiritual vein, then no matter how unwilling Lu Xiong was, he could only helplessly hand the high-grade merit points over to him. Yan Chutian was very grateful to Chern Han for his wholehearted efforts, but he had no choice but to apologize. At this moment, the most important thing for him wasn't the immortal spiritual vein or the high-grade merit point. Instead, it should be in the depths of the earth under the immortal spiritual vein, the source that could attract his profound Yang Qi. Because that was probably the opportunity for his profound Yang Qi to advance to the 4th grade. If his profound Yang Qi could advance to the 4th grade, that would be the most important thing for Yan Chutian. However, Yan Chutian did not say anything and only nodded his head. He followed closely behind Shen Han and looked at the high-grade immortal spiritual vein that was about to advance. Right now, his only hope was that everyone's attention would be on the immortal spiritual vein and no one would notice the abnormality in the earth under the vein. 6 days was an extremely long time for Yan Chutian, but the next half a day for the high-grade immortal spiritual vein to advance was just a blink of an eye for him. The moment the immortal spiritual vein was completely advanced, several beams of dense spiritual energy soared into the sky like pillars of light. The dazzling light was enough to make everyone who stepped into the canyon aware of it. It was also at this moment that the figures hiding in the dark could no longer suppress the desire in their hearts. Immediately, a figure burst out and headed straight for the immortal spiritual vein in the middle of the plains. Even though there was a distance of several dozen feet between them, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that the person who shot out was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, just as he was extremely close to the immortal spiritual vein, a black staff appeared out of thin air. The eye sockets of the skull on the staff flickered with green light and an undetectable black arrow shot out. The black staff and black arrow appeared silently, so when the cultivator who burst out noticed it, it was obviously too late. The black arrow fiercely pierced through his left shoulder and immediately turned into a cloud of black gas that invaded his body. In the blink of an eye, the figure smashed into the ground below in a sorry state. Then, without even a scream, he turned into a black corpse. After the cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm died tragically, a stooped figure in a black robe slowly appeared behind the black staff. At the same time, there was an undisguised sneer of ridicule. Hee. You want to snatch something from under my nose with just this bit of ability? The old ghost black staff was ruthless, but compared to him, it was obvious that his cultivation was more eye-catching for Yen Chutian. The old ghost's cultivation had already stepped into the Tianfujing 7th floor. It was precisely because of this that he could not have killed a cultivator at the 5th level of the Heaven Palace realm in one strike even if he had the reason to launch a sneak attack. Next, the old ghost did not look at the immortal spiritual vein, but slowly turned his gaze to the surrounding forest. How could an old ghost like him not know how stupid it was to take the lead and go straight for the immortal spiritual vein? Hee. Everyone, there's no need to hide anymore. The immortal spiritual vein has already appeared. Who will get this immortal spiritual vein? Don't tell me that everyone doesn't want to discuss it? As the old ghost's voice slowly faded, the surrounding forest was still deathly silent. However, he was not in a hurry because he knew that the people hiding in the dark would appear one by one sooner or later. And it was not out of his expectations. Soon, there was a coquettish laughter coming from a certain direction. Hee. I've long heard that the black staff man's cultivation is extraordinary. Now that I see it, it really is so. Before she finished speaking, a middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a revealing palace dress had already appeared between the heavens and the earth. This woman was extremely seductive, but that kind of seduction was different from maturity. Instead, it was a kind of unrestrained feeling. At the same time, with such revealing clothes, it seemed that as long as she casually made a few movements, she would reveal boundless spring. Chapter 681. However, Yen Chutian wouldn't be confused by this woman's appearance. He could clearly feel how deep her spiritual energy aura was under her deliberate act of being unrestrained. This beautiful woman was also a cultivator from the Tianfujing 7th floor. At the same time, the old ghost with the black staff narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he also revealed a trace of graveness as he said, "Haha, this old ghost does not dare to be in front of the renowned Black Widow." While the two of them were having a simple conversation, a lightning hammer suddenly shot down from the sky and smashed into the ground. When the smoke and dust gradually settled, it was possible to see a tall and sturdy figure wearing black armor appearing behind the lightning hammer. The black-armored figure didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, shaking the lightning hammer, and then grabbed it in his hand. This seemingly simple posture, but the power that was unleashed had already reached an extremely terrifying level. This black-armored figure was probably even more terrifying than the man with the black staff and the Black Widow. He had already reached the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Thus, one could imagine how grave the two of them were when they looked at him. However, their seriousness soon turned into unsightly expressions. That was because after that black-armored figure appeared, a petite male figure appeared. The man had a mustache, and the aura he gave off was completely different from the black-armored figure. However, his appearance was almost exactly the same as the former, and the aura he emitted had also reached the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Such a situation caused the faces of the man with the black staff and the Black Widow to turn ugly, because they had already recognized the identity of the two people in front of them. The Ray brothers. The beautiful woman in the palace dress, the Black Widow, no longer had any thoughts of showing off because the appearance of the Ray brothers had already made them lose any possibility of fighting for the immortal spiritual vein. The Ray brothers were both at the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Rumor had it that if the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a true expert at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm, or even stronger. Thus, how could the two of them have the possibility of fighting for the immortal spiritual vein from each other? Therefore, they could only hope that there were more Shioja like them in the crowd that kept appearing. Otherwise, there was no need to fight for this immortal spirit vein. He could just give it to the Ray brothers. However, as more and more people appeared, the complexions of the black-staffed man and the Black Widow became increasingly unsightly. There were many people hiding in the dark, but the strongest were only at the 5th level of the Sky Palace realm. With such a cultivation base, how could they possibly contend against the Ray brothers? At the same time, when the Ray brothers saw this scene, the petite middle-aged man immediately laughed and said without hesitation, "Looks like this immortal spirit vein will belong to me, Ray Rox." Looking at Ray Rox's insolence, the Black Widow and the Black Staff Man could only watch helplessly. Not to mention the two of them joining hands, it was impossible for them to work together. Even so, it was useless in front of the Ray brothers. However, before Ray Rox could finish laughing, the smile on his face froze little by little. Because in his perception, an extremely terrifying aura had suddenly appeared in the world. He immediately looked over and saw that a group of 4 people had unknowingly appeared 100 feet away. The young man leading the group was the source of the extremely terrifying aura. But then, the other party's attire made his expression change. This attire was unique to the Firmament God Palace, which meant that the other party was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Disciples of the Firmament God Palace? At the same time, the black-staffed man and the Black Widow, who originally looked hopeless, were also shocked. They didn't expect that the disciples of the Firmament God Palace would suddenly appear. Moreover, the aura of the young man leading the group was so terrifying that he had most likely stepped into the 8th level of the Sky Palace realm. The Firmament God Palace was too famous. In other words, who in the Tsangyuan continent didn't know of the Firmament God Palace's prestige? Therefore, countless exclamations sounded from various parts of the crowd. If the Ray brothers were the focus of the crowd, then the 4 people who had appeared were the focus of everyone's attention. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lu Xiong's face was filled with pride. When he saw the shocked faces, an unprecedented sense of superiority grew in his heart. Lu Xiong was extremely superior, but Yan Chutian's expression was very calm. Not to mention that he had experienced such a scene too many times. He also knew that the reason he could stand here at this moment was because of Shun Han and LV Qinchan. Otherwise, even if the other party was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, he or Lu Xiong would have directly sent them flying with a punch. Yan Chutian had never felt that relying on the power of others was something to be proud of. While the crowd was in shock, LV Qinchan didn't stay idle. With light steps, she had already appeared in front of everyone. Then, she looked at them with her beautiful eyes and said indifferently, "The Firmament God Palace also has the intention to obtain this immortal spirit vein. I hope that everyone can give the Firmament God Palace some face." As her voice faded, an enormous aura spread out. Although it couldn't be compared to Shun Han, it was still extremely powerful. It was enough to make the Ray brothers feel pressured. Such a scene immediately caused many people who wanted to fight for it to secretly take a few steps back. This wasn't only because of the Firmament God Palace's reputation, but also because LV Qinchan's cultivation aura was really powerful. Looking at LV Qinchan's actions, Yan Chutian had to admit that this woman had her own abilities. Her actions were enough to deter many people and make them not dare to act rashly. However, he also knew that there would inevitably be desperados among these people. And it really didn't exceed Yan Chutian's expectations. Almost in the next moment, a disdainful snort resounded. So what if it's the Firmament God Palace? If the Firmament God Palace has the intention, then this immortal spirit vein must belong to the Firmament God Palace? Isn't the Firmament God Palace a little too overbearing? In his disdain, Ray Rox gave a strange smile and continued, and according to what I know, only disciples like you have appeared. This is most likely a trial mission that you have accepted. Since it's a trial mission, it shouldn't have much to do with the Firmament God Palace, right? These lay brothers were clearly fugitives, and they seemed to know quite a lot. This made LV Chinchan speechless. Then, Ray Rox was even more decisive. He directly said to the Black Widow and the Black Widow, Black Cane Man, how about we expel these Firmament God Palace disciples together today? If we succeed, you will have 40% of this immortal spirit vein. My brother Lei Lai and I will have 60%. How about it? Hearing this, the Black Widow and the Black Cane Man didn't immediately reply because they weren't fools. They knew that the Ray brothers knew that the two of them couldn't fight against the Firmament God Palace disciples. After all, 2 of the 4 Firmament God Palace disciples were trash that weren't worth mentioning. But the other 2 were at the 7th level of Heaven Palace Realm and the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm. They were extremely powerful. Otherwise, why would they be willing to share the immortal spirit vein with the 2 of them? But putting aside whether the Ray brothers were trustworthy, it was extremely risky to fight against the Firmament God Palace disciples in the Tsongyuan continent. If the Firmament God Palace really wanted to attack them, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they did everything they could. But the 2 of them weren't wishy-washy people. Although there were risks on both sides, they still chose to join forces with the Ray brothers in the end. After all, wealth came from danger. If they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to get a single immortal spirit vein. Moreover, as Ray Rox had said, this was only a mission that the other party had accepted. Even if they killed him, the Firmament God Palace wouldn't be angered. Therefore, the originally chaotic situation gradually evolved into a confrontation between the 2 sides. Although this scene seemed unfavorable in Yan Chutian's view, it could be considered good. The reason why the 2 sides had joined forces was because the other party hadn't appeared yet, a cultivator at the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm. Otherwise, even if it was still a chaotic battle, the situation would be much more uncertain. But Yan Chutian was also slightly puzzled. Could it be that there really wasn't any other information about the immortal spirit vein that the other cultivators at the 8th level of Heaven Palace Realm knew? Although the situation made the crowd feel that it was very difficult to get a share of the immortal spirit vein, they didn't have any intention of leaving. After all, everyone was looking forward to the battle that was about to begin. Chapter 682. In the depths of an unknown canyon, an immortal spirit vein was born. Rich and pure spiritual energy soared into the sky, rippling like a waterfall of spiritual energy. Such a scene was enough to make cultivators in the 8th or even 9th level of the Heaven Palace Realm envious. But such a rare and precious immortal spirit vein was right in front of them, yet no one dared to touch it. Because the surrounding crowd could easily sense that the 2 sides in a stalemate above the immortal spirit vein were already at daggers drawn and ready to strike. It wasn't as if no one in the crowd had heard of the Ray brothers' ferocious name. So everyone vaguely knew that although the Ray brothers were only at the half-step 8th level of the Heaven Palace Realm, if they joined forces, they might even be able to fight against a true 8th level Heaven Palace Realm cultivator. Not to mention that the Ray brothers had also roped in the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow, who were also ferocious figures. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if an ordinary person dared to go against such a group of people, it would be tantamount to courting death. But everyone knew that the disciples of the Firmament God Palace couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. As the publicly recognized number 1 force in the Tsongyuan continent, who would dare to underestimate their disciples? Because of this, if the 2 sides really fought, it would be difficult for the crowd to determine who would have the last laugh. But the crowd didn't have to wait for too long. Soon, the stalemate atmosphere was completely broken by Lei Lai's thunder hammer. His burly body swung the thunder hammer, and the violent power of the Heaven Palace realm wrapped around it, easily shattering the space. Then, the thunder hammer brazenly smashed the space, appeared above Shun Han's head, and slammed down heavily. Such a blow made everyone tremble in fear. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in it was. Thinking about it, even a Firmament God Palace disciple who had stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm wouldn't be able to easily withstand it, right? However, the crowd had obviously underestimated Shen Han's strength. Or rather, if they hadn't stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm, how could they know the power that could be grasped by such a realm? Faced with the ferocious descending lightning hammer, Shen Han did not do much. All he did was to slowly raise his right palm. Soon after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his palm made contact with the lightning hammer. At the moment of contact, turbulent energy ripples rapidly spread out. Just the impact of these ripples was enough to shatter metal and rock and collapse a great river. However, it was this frightening impact that caused Shun Han's seemingly extremely weak hand to not have any changes when compared to Lei Lai's lightning hammer. On the contrary, with a gentle shake of his hand, an indescribably enormous strength vibrated out. It easily shattered the surrounding space and sent Lei Lai and the lightning hammer flying. Lei Lai flew backwards for over 100 feet before landing miserably on the ground. His feet left deep marks on the ground before he finally managed to come to a stop. Such a scene caused many people to open their mouths wide. It wasn't until they witnessed it with their own eyes that they realized how powerful the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace stage was. Even one of the infamous Ray brothers, Lei Lai, would find it difficult to fight head-on with Shun Han. Ha, as expected of the prided disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Since that's the case, then we, the Ray brothers, will not be careless. We will experience the power of the two of us. When he saw this scene, Lei Yen, who was watching from the side, narrowed his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an unprecedented graveness. He was naturally observing with the intention of probing Shun Han. This probing made him faintly feel that the strength of the Firmament God Palace's disciple before him had exceeded his expectations. Hence, how could he possibly continue to observe? With a faint smile, his expression was already solemn. Subsequently, he took a step forward and appeared on the shoulder of Lei Lai's enormous body. The two of them, one big and one small, looked somewhat comical at first glance. But as long as one was in the know, they would definitely not be able to laugh. Because this was the moment when the Ray brothers were about to join forces to attack. This was also the moment when the Ray brothers were the most terrifying. When the Ray brothers made their move, the person with the black staff did not continue to observe. His gaze hidden under the black robe slowly locked onto LV Qinchan. Ha, the prided disciple of the Firmament God Palace. I hope that you can forgive me for offending you today. Before his laughter died down, the person with the black staff had already activated the black staff in his hand. The eye sockets of the skull on the top of the staff once again surged with green light. As the surrounding space distorted, terrifying attacks were formed one after another in the dark. Although the person with the black staff spoke words of flattery on the surface, when he made his move, it was extremely ruthless. There was no ambiguity in it at all. But how could LV Qinchan be someone to be trifled with? With a light tap of her jade-like hand, an icy green sword suddenly appeared above her hand. The green sword was 3 feet long and the sword hilt was engraved with a lifelike pattern of a green bird. Clearly, this was an extraordinary spiritual weapon. With a shake of the green sword, the surrounding space distorted layer by layer. Snowflakes appeared in the sky, causing the temperature to drop abruptly. Immediately after, the expression of the person with the black staff changed drastically. Under such circumstances, he clearly felt that the attacks he had secretly gathered were constantly fading away. How could he not understand the situation? The green sword in his opponent's hand was a true divine weapon. How could his shabby black staff be compared to it? Black Widow, the green sword in the hand of this disciple of the firmament god Pallas is extraordinary. Quickly come and help me. At this time, the person with the black staff clearly did not care about his face. Or rather, to a fugitive like him, face was something that was not necessary. However, there was no need for him to shout. The beautiful woman in the palace dress, Black Widow, had already sensed the terror of the spiritual weapon in LV Qingquan's hand. With such a spiritual weapon, although it did not allow one to have the strength equivalent to the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm, it was still much stronger than an ordinary cultivator at the 7th level of the Heaven Palace realm. Therefore, even if she intended to take the opportunity to collect the immortal spirit vein, she could only give up. Because if the person with the black staff was defeated, then their situation would become extremely unfavorable. Therefore, the Black Widow also took a step forward. The surrounding Heaven Palace realm power violently swept out and rushed towards LV Qingquan. LV Qingquan did not panic when facing two people alone. As the green sword vibrated, it was full of turbulent power that wreaked havoc. It was enough for him to stop both of them with his strength alone. At the same time, on the other side of the battle, Shun Han was still suppressing the Ray brothers. His hand movements were filled with a natural and enormous power. Even if the Ray brothers joined forces, they could barely resist. This made the Ray brothers' expression extremely ugly. If this continued, there was no possibility of them defeating their opponent. This disciple of the firmament god Pallas was too strong. Sensing the shocking ripples of the battle ahead, Yen Chutian did not dare to approach and could only retreat. He was very clear that he could not be compared to them at all. If he went forward, he would be even more miserable than the person who died at the hands of the person with the black staff. However, he couldn't care too much about this. Since the Lay brothers and the Black Widow were all stopped, now was the best time for him to search under the immortal spirit vein and find the source of the mysterious yang energy. It was also at this moment that Yen Chutian could clearly sense Lu Xiong's provocative gaze shooting over. He did not even need to think about it. Lu Xiong was provoking him to collect the immortal spirit vein. In his view, his speed of collecting the immortal spirit vein could not be compared to Lu Xiong. After all, he had not even stepped into the Heaven Palace realm. But he did not know that Yen Chutian had no intention of collecting the immortal spirit vein right now. To him, an immortal spirit vein could not be compared to the advancement of the profound Yang Qi. But in order to not arouse Shun Han's suspicion and prevent Lu Xiong from being too arrogant, Yen Chutian still put on the spirit sealing bracelet that Shun Han gave him. When he saw the spirit sealing bracelet in Yen Chutian's hand, Lu Xiong's face suddenly froze. He was indeed confident that he could collect the immortal spirit vein faster than Yen Chutian. This was his confidence, the confidence of a Heaven Palace realm cultivator. But the fact that Lin Yun had the spirit sealing bracelet made him feel a little uneasy in his heart. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he immediately charged towards the immortal spirit vein and started collecting it with all his strength. Seeing this, Yen Chutian also shot down explosively. Opening his heart's eye, he peered inch by inch into the crack below the immortal spirit vein. Chapter 683. Author's Note: 700 chapters. Regardless of the result, Blue Sky must give himself a thumbs up first. Opening his spiritual eye, all kinds of illusions could not exist. Yen Chutian only felt that the world in front of him suddenly became incomparably clear in his eyes. However, this immortal spiritual vein was extremely huge. Now, only about 1/3 of its volume was exposed on the ground. Therefore, even relying on the spiritual eye, it was not an easy task to search. Not to mention, in this case, the source of the movement of the mysterious Yang Qi might have a special isolation force. But now, other than searching like this, Yen Chutian had no other choice. At the same time, Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong's actions, in the eyes of everyone, were obviously about to start collecting the immortal spiritual vein. So, not to mention the Ray brothers, how could the person with the black staff and the Black Widow watch the two succeed? If these two ants really succeeded, then today, not only would they miss the immortal spiritual vein, it could be said that they had offended the disciples of the Firmament God Palace for no reason. The person with the black staff did not say a word. He raised his hand and several streaks of black gas burst out. The black gas quietly integrated into the space, and in an instant, it appeared above Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong. Then, it condensed into a powerful strangling power, and suddenly tore through the space and fell. Even though it could be said that it was just a casual blow from the person with the black staff, the fierce aura that spread out was enough to make Yan Chutian and Lu Xiong unable to resist. However, just as the black gas was about to completely hit the two, the green sword in LV Qingchan's hand trembled, and a blue light burst out. It also pierced through the space, and then appeared in front of the two, blocking all the attacks that came down. Under such a block, Lu Xiong was safe and sound, but Yan Chutian was not so. Although LV Qingchan had blocked the fatal attack for him, it was clear that she had deliberately not eliminated the remaining power. And the remaining power, although not enough to take Yan Chutian's life, was enough to make him embarrassed. He even fell to the ground, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. He quickly struggled to get up and swallowed the bloody taste in his mouth. Yan Chutian looked angrily at LV Qingchan, who was still fighting with the Black Staff Man and the Black Widow. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see that the other party was deliberately trying to embarrass him? However, even though he was annoyed, Yan Chutian didn't say anything. After all, he was very clear about the principle of being bullied by others without strength. If he tried to reason with her now, it would only make him seem stupid. But just as Yan Chutian struggled to get up and was about to continue searching, he suddenly saw a huge crack under the immortal spirit vein from where he was standing. Looking inside, although it was pitch black, Yan Chutian suddenly felt that the desire for the mysterious yang qi in his body had become much stronger. How could he not know that the thing he was looking for should be in this crack? Knowing this, Yan Chutian didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed into the crack. Looking at Yan Chutian, who had fallen under the immortal spirit vein, and didn't get up for a long time, LV Qingchan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but move. Although just now, she did have the intention of deliberately making things difficult for him. But no matter what, she had blocked all the fatal attacks for him. Could it be that he was seriously injured and even died? However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, she looked at LV Xiong, who was under her protection and was peacefully collecting the immortal spirit vein. In her opinion, as long as LV Xiong kept the immortal spirit vein, the dispute here would naturally stop. Because the immortal spirit vein was in front of everyone, it was indeed easy to fight for it. However, if it was kept, it wouldn't be the case. However, right when she was thinking like this, a feeling of danger that came from the bottom of her heart suddenly arose. Her instinctive desire to live made her stop dodging the attacks of the person with the black staff. She allowed herself to be struck by the staff and fell back a few meters in a rather sorry state. Even the Black Staff Man himself was a little confused about the situation. According to common sense, it was impossible for his ordinary staff to send the other party flying. But soon, he understood why. Because in the depths of his heart, the same sense of fatal danger as LV Qingchan suddenly emerged. However, his detection was obviously too late. In the originally calm space, a giant pitch-black hand suddenly appeared. Dark lightning flickered on the giant hand. Without any explanation, it slapped down fiercely, shattering the space layer by layer, and then slapped on the stooped body of the Black Staff Man. Generally speaking, even if he couldn't avoid it, the protective power of a Heaven Mansion stage cultivator could block a fatal attack. However, under the giant pitch-black hand, the Black Staff Man didn't even have time to scream before he was annihilated. Not even a blood mist was left behind. Of course, this was because of the opponent's sneak attack, but more importantly, it showed that the attacker's cultivation had probably reached the 8th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, or even stronger. Oh, the loach from the Firmament God Palace got away. I only slapped such a trash to death. Soon after, accompanied by an uncaring sneer, a tall and thin figure covered in a black robe and black gas appeared in front of everyone's eyes as the black mist surged. At this moment, everyone who looked at the black-robed figure felt a chill surge from the bottom of their feet to the top of their head. It was inevitable that they would feel this way because the person who was slapped to death wasn't a small figure, but rather the infamous Black Staff Man of the Tianfuging 7th floor, who was strong enough to reach the top among them. The sudden appearance of the black-robed man not only shocked the crowd, but also caused the fierce battle that was originally going on to come to an immediate stop. At this moment, Shun Han's eyes narrowed. Just now, he felt that there seemed to be a spying gaze in the dark, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. Otherwise, if they really fought, although the Ray brothers had some ability, it wasn't enough to compete with him. The black-robed man didn't seem to care that his appearance had caused both sides to stop fighting. He abruptly slapped down again, brazenly blasting towards Lu Xiong, who was still collecting the immortal spirit vein. Seeing that he was about to make a move, LV Qinchan hurriedly slashed out several enormous sword auras with the spiritual weapon in her hand. But under the power of the palm, the sword auras simply couldn't resist for long and shattered layer by layer. The remnant power directly swept Lu Xiong out, smashing him onto the ground. He was already battered and exhausted, his breath hanging by a thread. This scene instantly caused LV Qinchan's beautiful eyes to turn red. Even if Lu Xiong didn't live up to expectations, he was still her brother. How could she tolerate her only brother being injured to such a state? But no matter how furious she was, LV Qinchan didn't dare to rashly make a move because from the strength displayed by the black-robed man, his cultivation must have stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage. With such a cultivation, it wasn't something that she could compete with. After slapping Lu Xiong to death with a single palm, the black-robed man didn't show any abnormality. His gaze seemed to sweep across the crowd as he slowly spoke in a domineering tone that didn't conceal his intentions. "Haha, this immortal spirit vein isn't something that you can get your hands on. If you know what's good for you, then get lost as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you accidentally die in a fight, you can't blame anyone." The black-robed man's domineering words gradually faded. At this instant, countless people stared at him with gazes filled with shock. Even though they knew how terrifying the black-robed man was, they never imagined that he would be so arrogant. Because he clearly meant that he wanted to fight against everyone present with his strength alone. Even if he was at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage, wasn't the pride of the Firmament God Palace also at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage? And there was also the Ray brothers. The two of them combined could fight against the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage. How could he have the guts to face so many people head-on with his own strength? At the same time, in the depths of the crack under the immortal spirit vein, as he continued to go deeper, Yen Chutian gradually felt that he seemed to have stepped into a world that was isolated from the outside world. Just when he didn't know what to do, a dragon-like plant suddenly appeared in his line of sight on the pitch-black land. When Yen Chutian saw the plant, he could clearly feel that the profound yang qi in his body had gone crazy to the point where it was almost impossible to suppress it. It felt as if the profound yang qi couldn't wait to rush out of his body and directly devour the plant. How could Yen Chutian not understand that the thing he was painstakingly searching for was this plant? Chapter 684. In the depths of the canyon, the expressions of the crowd watching from afar changed drastically. No one had expected the development of the story to be so full of ups and downs. Not to mention a series of infamous characters, even the famous disciples of the Firmament God Palace had appeared. But that wasn't all. Just a moment ago, a mysterious figure in black robes had suddenly appeared. After his appearance, not only did he kill the black staff person with a single palm strike that shocked everyone, he even declared that he wanted to monopolize the immortal spirit vein. With such an arrogant attitude, it was as if he wanted to fight against everyone present with his own strength. Hence, countless discussions about him immediately rang out from all over the crowd. Some felt that he was boundlessly arrogant, while others felt that such a person couldn't possibly be someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was very likely that it was the true strength that he possessed that allowed him to have such confidence. For a moment, some people couldn't help but think of a possibility that made everyone feel reverence. Could it be that the mysterious black-robed person had already stepped into the heavenly origin stage? Humph, aren't you a little too arrogant to think that you can monopolize the immortal spirit vein by yourself? At the same time, Ray Rox's disdainful snort abruptly rang out. He couldn't deny that his opponent's cultivation was indeed extremely strong. He had most likely truly stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Palace stage. But he was only at the 8th level. Indeed, if he was alone, Lei Yin didn't think that he would be a match for the other party. However, he wasn't alone. He still had his younger brother. They, the Lei brothers, had a unique combination attack. That combination attack was their greatest source of confidence. So much so that they had once relied on this combination attack to kill an injured 8th level Heaven Palace stage cultivator who had looked down on them. Hence, if his opponent didn't place him in his eyes, he didn't mind letting him know what level the Ray brothers' true strength had reached. However, what made Lei Yin angry was that along with his cold snort, the black-robed man only casually swept his gaze over and then shifted his gaze away. It was as if, in his opinion, the Ray brothers weren't even worth his attention. This caused Ray Rox to instantly feel extremely humiliated. In the next instant, he found it even harder to suppress the anger in his heart. Immediately, he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky together with the similarly furious Lei Lai. Since you are so insolent, then let me, the Ray brothers, experience your skills. Ray Rox's thoughts were simple. He wanted to use his strength to tell the other party that he, the Ray brothers, was not a small character to be underestimated. However, he did not know that in order to prove themselves, they were unable to stir up any ripples in the eyes of the black-robed man. His gaze was filled with indifference, as if he was looking at an ant. Boom! The lightning hammer was intertwined with dazzling lightning as it smashed down towards the black-robed man. Above the lightning hammer, although the lightning seal was not dazzling, the power it contained was equally terrifying. Immediately after, the lightning seal descended together with the lightning hammer. As it streaked across the air, the surging power had already caused the surrounding space to completely distort. It was extremely hard to imagine exactly who could withstand such a powerful power. However, in the face of such an astonishing attack, the black-robed man did not move at all. He only opened his mouth slightly as a pitch-black flame immediately spread out from his mouth. The black flame was weak at first, as it drifted like a misty black chi, making it difficult for people to detect. However, when this inconspicuous black flame came into contact with the hammer and seal, it swiftly surged and exploded like a parasite. The raging black flame seemed to be able to burn everything. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and space distorted. Naturally, the lightning hammer and lightning seal were unable to escape. In just a few breaths, the lightning seal was completely annihilated, while the lightning hammer smashed down. The hammer was fiery red, as if it was about to be melted. Such a situation naturally caused the faces of Ray Rox and Lei Lai to abruptly change. How could they believe that their joint attack was so easily destroyed by the opponent? However, they did not have the time to be shocked because they saw that the raging black flames did not slow down and continued to surge towards them. They were both at the half-step to the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Therefore, even though the situation was urgent, The two of them immediately understood that such an attack was difficult to dodge. The best way to deal with it was to face it head-on with their own strength. Knowing this, coupled with the fact that the two of them were still unwilling to give up, in the next moment, they formed their own seals and quickly summoned their own spiritual arts. This time, the spiritual arts were different from before. As the spiritual energy surged, a giant pale finger and a vertical eye emitting a grayish-white aura slowly emerged from the distorted space. The two spiritual arts appeared at the same time, and the surging aura around them gradually blended together. Paleness and grayish-white intersected and evolved into an aura of death that seemed to have reached the extreme. In the next instant, a ray of grayish-white light shone out from the grayish-white vertical eye. Wherever this ray of light passed, the surging black flames, which were sufficient to incinerate space, were unable to endure for a couple of breaths before they were extinguished. The black flame continued to be annihilated, which was obviously noticed by the black-robed man. After being stunned for a moment, a cold and indifferent voice slowly rang out. "Ah, you do have some skills." At the same time, looking at the sea of fire that was annihilated by the vertical eye, the originally somewhat panicked Ray brothers' faces immediately calmed down. Then, a proud expression appeared on their faces once again. This was the spiritual art that the brothers were proud of. When it was executed, its might did not disappoint them. Even if the opponent's strange black flame was extremely terrifying, it was still quickly annihilated by their spiritual art. It was also because of this that Ray Rox grew a lot more courage in his heart. He calmly smiled at the black-robed man. "Sir, do you still think that the Ray brothers are not worth mentioning?" Hearing this, the black-robed man seemed to ponder for a moment. However, after pondering, he did not reply. Instead, another black flame was spat out from his mouth. However, it was different from before. This time, the black flame surged and instantly condensed into a giant hand that could reach the sky. In the next instant, the giant hand of black flame violently swatted over. The powerful fluctuations that it set off had already caused the space to distort. Finally, it ruthlessly smashed against the vertical eye and the giant finger. As if it was only an instant, the crowd was still frozen at the moment when the Ray brothers revealed their might. However, in an instant, the vertical eye and the giant finger were shattered like glass under the giant hand of black flame. As the remnant energy rippled out, it sent the Lay brothers flying like trash. They scraped across the ground, creating several 100-feet-long scars, before smashing into a dense forest. Soon after, the black-robed man's cold and arrogant mocking voice finally rang out once again. "Your Ray brothers are really not worth mentioning. SSS." Not long after the black-robed man's mocking voice rang out, the surrounding crowd continuously sucked in a breath of cold air. No one had expected that the Ray brothers would be reduced to such a miserable state in the hands of the black-robed man, without any ability to retaliate at all. Previously, the so-called advantage that the Ray brothers had gained was now clearly just a casual attack from the other party that had been blocked. The giant hand that could reach the sky was the true attack. After dealing with the Ray brothers, the black-robed man did not even look in the direction of the messy forest. Instead, he directly looked at Shen Han, who had been coldly observing. In his eyes, only the disciples of the Firmament God Palace could be considered a true opponent. It was not only because of his identity as a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, but also because he was the only one who had stepped into the 8th level of the Heavenly Palace stage. At the same time, when he met the black-robed man's undisguised gaze, Shen Han was unperturbed. The scene of the black-robed man defeating the Ray brothers was nothing to him. He could also do the same. The so-called entanglement earlier was merely because he had sensed an inexplicable aura hidden in the darkness. Otherwise, if he had used his full strength, the Ray brothers would have already been defeated by him. Chapter 685. Two different gazes slowly met in the air. Although it was silent, there was already a smell of gunpowder that quickly spread out. At the same time, the crowd also noticed this. Hence, they subconsciously held their breaths and stared, not daring to make any noise. The black-robed man at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm was so terrifying that he could easily injure the Ray brothers. How could they not subconsciously think that the disciple of the Firmament God Palace was also such a terrifying figure? But there were also some people who secretly felt that Shun Han was not comparable to the black-robed man who suddenly appeared. After all, although the strength he displayed earlier could suppress the Ray brothers, he couldn't even force the Ray brothers to use a combination attack. But even so, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, not only was he a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, but he was also at the 8th level of the Heaven Palace realm. The moment their gazes met, the black-robed man coldly smiled. Even when facing Shun Han, he didn't restrain his domineering aura. I've always heard that the Firmament God Palace is the overlord of the Tsongyuan continent and that their disciples are the strongest. I just don't know if this rumor is exaggerated. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. The black-robed man's unintentional words made Shun Han keenly feel that the other party didn't seem to be from the Tsongyuan continent. But when he noticed this, he didn't say much. He just indifferently swept his gaze and casually replied, "I don't know if it's exaggerated, but compared to a guy like you who hides his head and tail, he should be a little stronger." Then let me experience the power of the Firmament God Palace's disciple. Before he finished speaking, the black-robed man opened his mouth again, and a surge of black gas rolled out from his mouth. The following situation was the same as when he dealt with the Ray brothers. From the rolling black gas, a giant hand that seemed to hold up the sky quickly took shape. Then, it smashed through space and headed straight for Shun Han to suppress him. Facing such an attack, Shun Han remained calm. He slowly circulated the spiritual energy in his body and finally pointed out a finger when the giant hand was about to descend. This finger seemed ordinary, but it contained the vast spiritual energy that had been stored in his body for a long time. In fact, before the berserk power could wreak havoc and explode, a large area of space around the finger was silently annihilated. Boom! The shocking sound of the collision instantly resounded throughout the world. It took a long time for the shattered space to recover and the world returned to normal. At this moment, both Shun Han and the black-robed man stood proudly in the sky, without any signs of defeat. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. It also caused those people who had secretly felt that Shun Han was incapable to obediently shut their mouth. Because this scene had already proved that Shun Han's true strength, the Ray brothers could not compare. As for the so-called stalemate, the Firmament God Palace's Shun Han. At the same time, he looked at Shun Han, who seemed to be on par with the black-robed man, not at all weaker. Only then did LV Qinchan heave a sigh of relief. She immediately recalled that she had made the right choice by inviting Shun Han. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to complete this Earth Art level mission by herself. LV Qinchan heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Lu Xiong, who she had saved earlier. Looking at Lu Xiong's miserable and unconscious appearance, her heart couldn't help but ache. As for Yan Chutian, not to mention that she wouldn't think of him at this moment, even if she did, she probably wouldn't save him. But at this moment, Yan Chutian didn't need her to save him. Looking at the dragon-shaped plant in the depths of the darkness, Yan Chutian's heart was already excited to the extreme. Just like the mysterious yang qi in his body, he couldn't wait to rush forward and swallow it into his mouth to refine it. But Yan Chutian couldn't be so impulsive. On the contrary, he was very clear that he couldn't make a mistake at this moment. Until now, how could he not know that the immortal spiritual vein in the depths of the canyon, where the spiritual qi was weak, was most likely due to the dragon-shaped plant taking root here? So if he plucked it away, the immortal spiritual vein above would very likely have an immediate change. At that time, if it was discovered by others that he was the source of all the changes, it would be very difficult to keep the dragon-shaped plant in his hands. So if he wanted to pluck it away, he must prepare a foolproof plan. Perhaps if he wanted to do this, it would be a huge problem for others, but for Yen Chutian it wasn't impossible. After thinking for a while, Yen Chutian's heart already had a plan in mind. Boom! A rumbling sound once again resounded between heaven and earth. Above the immortal spiritual vein, the battle between Shun Han and the black-robed man had already reached its climax. In this process, the black-robed man's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. With a raise of his hand, the space collapsed layer by layer. This power was many times stronger than when he had defeated the Ray brothers. But no matter how fierce his attacks were, Shun Han still had the means to resolve them one by one. This scene made the Ray brothers, who had struggled out in a sorry state, feel extremely ashamed. When they fought with Shun Han previously, even though they knew that Shun Han was hiding something, they weren't afraid because they also had means to hide. But now it seemed that they were frogs in a well. With the strength that Shun Han had displayed, even if one of them had stepped into the 8th level of the Heaven Mansion stage, they would still be defeated by him. But thinking about it, Shun Han was the pride of the Firmament God Palace. How could they look at him with ordinary eyes? But at this moment, when everyone thought that the battle between the two parties was about to reach its climax, the immortal spiritual vein, which was originally shining brightly, started to weaken rapidly. Although the immortal spiritual vein's grade didn't decrease after the weakening and was still an immortal spiritual vein, there was a feeling that the spiritual energy in it had decreased. This scene caused quite a number of people to be unable to understand. However, it was also because of this that the black-robed man and Shun Han, who were fighting, turned their gazes back to the immortal spirit vein. In the next instant, the black-robed man extended his hand without saying a word. A spiritual energy palm formed between heaven and earth and grabbed at a section of the immortal spiritual vein. Although he was a step faster than Shun Han, the latter was more decisive. A sharp light appeared in his hand, and when he waved his hand, he actually cut the immortal spiritual vein in half. In the next instant, they each took half and extracted the immortal spiritual vein from the ground. But it was also at this moment that the power that they had gathered was too great. Not only did it cause the ground to crumble, but it also damaged the immortal spiritual vein. Large amounts of fragments scattered between heaven and earth. Countless fragments of the immortal spiritual vein were scattered, making the surrounding crowd unable to suppress the fire in their hearts. Like mad dogs, they ferociously charged forward. Perhaps it was because there were two great gods, but even if these people didn't care about anything, they didn't dare to fight. They only relied on their own abilities to collect the fragments scattered in the air. Although they were only fragments, they originated from the immortal spiritual vein. At the very least, they were much better than ordinary cultivation resources. In such a situation, a figure suddenly merged into the crowd. Naturally, no one would pay attention to it. At the same time, the black-robed man couldn't help but coldly snort at the scene before him. He only thought that the other party didn't want him to take the complete immortal spiritual vein, so he did it on purpose. As for Shun Han, although he had some doubts in his heart, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the black-robed man before him was too strange. He didn't seem to be from the Tsongyuan continent, and he didn't even spare the Firmament God Palace a glance. Who knew what kind of strange things such a person would do? The immortal spiritual vein was already in his hands. Even if it was only half, there was no point in fighting. Therefore, the black-robed man was extremely decisive. He immediately flashed away and left the valley. Looking at his departing figure, Shun Han didn't chase because he knew that even if he caught up, he wouldn't be able to take back the immortal spiritual vein. The black-robed man's cultivation and strength weren't any weaker than his. At the same time, in an inconspicuous place in the chaotic crowd, Yen Chutian also raised his head and looked at the black-robed man who left. Although he didn't know who the black-robed man was or when he appeared, he had to admit that he had to thank him. If it wasn't for the black-robed man, he wouldn't have been able to sneak out so easily. It was because of his existence that most of the gazes were focused on him. Even Shun Han was no exception. Chapter 686. In the depths of the canyon, the chaotic scene was still ongoing. Along with the constant fighting over the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein, it was inevitable that a fight would break out. When the fight began, Yan Chutian quietly withdrew from the crowd and flew towards Shun Han. Looking at the figure that flitted through the crowd noticed that Yan Chutian had a Qiankuan pouch that contained many fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. However, no one dared to obstruct him because they knew that he was from the Firmament God Palace. At this moment, following the departure of the black-robed man, Shun Han had become the only overlord here. Thus, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to obstruct him. After all, they were disciples of the Firmament God Palace like Shun Han. When Yan Chutian flew back, Shun Han also slowly kept the immortal spirit vein. Only then did he meet the latter's figure. He didn't suspect Yan Chutian because he knew that although LV Qinchan had blocked the fatal attack for the black-robed man, she didn't block all of it. It was probably because of this that the black-robed man fainted from the attack. It wasn't until the huge commotion caused by his fight with the black-robed man that the black-robed man woke him up. Shun Han wouldn't look down on Yan Chutian because he knew that the latter hadn't stepped into the heavenly palace realm. The black-robed man had a cultivation at the 7th level of the heavenly palace realm. The huge difference in cultivation made the power of the black-robed man's remnant power equally powerful and even dangerous. At the same time, LV Qinchan had already supported the unconscious Lu Xiong over. Yan Chutian took the time to look at Lu Xiong, who had fainted and was in a terrible state from head to toe. She couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Although he didn't know the exact situation, he understood Lu Xiong's character. He probably thought that his sister, LV Qinchan, could protect him. Thus, who could he blame for ending up in such a miserable state? Perhaps it was because he didn't control his emotions well enough, but in the next instant, a dagger shot towards him. As for the owner of the dagger, who else could it be other than LV Qinchan? But so what if LV Qinchan shot daggers at him? Yan Chutian's expression didn't change at all. The return journey was always much faster than the way they came. But on the way back, LV Xiong finally woke up from his coma. Now that he was awake, he could not avoid delaying the journey. Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of a huge tree that was more than 10 feet wide. At this moment, the excitement and ecstasy in his heart went without saying. The dragon-shaped herb was already in his storage space. Once he returned to the Firmament God Palace, he would immediately go into seclusion to refine it. He had a premonition that by relying on the mysterious power of the dragon-shaped grass, his mysterious yang energy would be able to advance once again. At that time, his profound yang qi would step into the 4th grade. The 4th grade profound yang qi would definitely bring him an unprecedented surprise. There was also the 4th grade profound yang qi. He had been looking forward to the profound yang seal for a long time. Just as Yan Chutian was lost in his thoughts, an aura suddenly approached him. He did not panic when he felt this aura, because this aura belonged to Shun Han. "Greetings, Senior Brother Shun." When Shun Han approached, Yan Chutian immediately stood up and respectfully greeted him. If it wasn't for Shun Han, he would not have been able to reach the canyon, let alone find the opportunity to advance his profound yang qi. This favor, regardless of whether Shun Han knew about it or not, Yan Chutian would remember it. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely repay this favor. However, Shun Han did not care about Yan Chutian's emotions. With an indifferent expression, he slowly said, "The immortal spiritual vein was divided into 2, and I only managed to snatch half of it. So when we return to the palace, our share of the credit will also decrease. I have discussed with LV Qinchan. In the end, we should be able to protect you and LV Xiong. You will each get a medium credit. When Yen Chutian heard that he would be able to get a medium credit in the end, it was impossible for him not to be pleasantly surprised. Because in his opinion, the mission would most likely be considered a failure when the immortal spiritual vein was divided into two. He did not expect that he would be able to get a medium credit in the end. It was a pleasant surprise. Since he was able to get a medium credit, then the time for his profound yang qi to advance could be slightly delayed. When he entered the spirit cleansing lake and started his breakthrough, he might be able to fully utilize the effects of the dragon-shaped grass. Furthermore, Yen Chutian more or less had the thought of making use of this opportunity to break through to the heavenly palace realm. The dragon-shaped grass gave him an indescribable feeling. Not only was it crucial for his profound yang qi, but it also had an indescribable effect on his spiritual energy cultivation. While he was pleasantly surprised, Yen Chutian naturally did not forget to bow and thank Shen Han once again. He was not a fool. He naturally knew that the reason why he could get a medium credit was because Shen Han had sacrificed his own benefit. Although Shen Han might think that this was just to repay the favor, Yen Chutian was not a thick-skinned person. No matter what, he had taken advantage of Shen Han. After informing Yen Chutian of the situation, Shen Han did not stay any longer. With a flash, he returned to the top of the giant tree where he was and sat down cross-legged in meditation. Looking at Shen Han's back, Yen Chutian recalled the feeling that Shen Han gave him and Gu Hongshan. He could not help but feel that he was foolish in his previous life. In his previous life, although he had reached the peak not long after entering the Firmament God Palace, he did not have any friends. Back then, he did not think much of it. Now that he thought about it, he understood how pitiful it was to not have any friend. Returning to the main topic, not long after, when Lu Xiong finally recovered, the four of them started their journey back to the Firmament God Palace. At this moment, Lu Xiong no longer dared to be arrogant in front of Yen Chutian. Instead, every time their gazes met, he would reveal an unconcealable expression. At the start, Yen Chutian was puzzled, but he soon understood. He understood that Lu Xiong thought that he had seen his miserable side, so how could he still have the face to face him? Speaking of merits, he had received some immortal spirit vein fragments, but Lu Xiong had been beaten half to death and had become a burden. How could there be any merits to speak of? Yen Chutian did not feel any sense of superiority because in his opinion, he and Shen Han were only ants in the eyes of others. Thus, what was there to be proud of? He only hoped that Lu Xiong would not find trouble with him in the future. However, Yen Chutian also knew that with Lu Xiong's character, it would be very difficult to achieve. At this moment, Lu Xiong did not dare to face him because he felt embarrassed. However, not long after, this embarrassment would most likely turn into resentment towards him. Yen Chutian did not like to make enemies for no reason, so he only hoped that his thoughts would not come true. But if it was really the case, then he would definitely not show mercy when the time came. By the time Lu Xiong took revenge on him, his profound yang qi would most likely have advanced to the 4th grade and his cultivation would have stepped into the heavenly palace realm. At that time, even if Lu Xiong had broken into the 2nd level of the heavenly palace realm, he would not be afraid. This was Yen Chutian's deep confidence, and it was also the confidence that came from the profound yang scripture. The four of them flew at high speed. Half a day's time had finally passed by. Half a day later, Yen Chutian saw the enormous Firmament Divine City at the end of the horizon. Behind the Firmament Divine City was the Firmament Divine Palace. Once again, the four of them entered the inner sect, one after another. It was a place that countless Tsang-Yuan continent cultivators yearned for. After that, Yen Chutian did not follow them because the task had nothing to do with him. It was something that Shen Han or LV Qinchan had to do. As expected, LV Qinchan and Shen Han did not say anything about Yen Chutian's departure. When Lin Yun turned around and left, Only Lu Xiong looked over with resentment in the depths of his eyes. Clearly, Yan Chutian's guess was most likely going to come true. The direction that Yan Chutian left in was naturally his cave dwelling. Although he had the intention to wait for the intermediate contribution points to exchange for the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit cleansing lake, he would enter the spirit cleansing lake to make a breakthrough. However, this did not hinder him from constantly stabilizing his cultivation. After all, he was thinking of stepping into the heavenly palace realm. But right now, he could only be considered as a half-step Yuanying 9th level. If he wanted to break through to the heavenly palace realm, apart from relying on the spirit cleansing lake and the mysterious dragon-shaped grass, he naturally needed a solid foundation. Chapter 687. Yan Chutian flew all the way to his cave abode. However, it was during this process that he suddenly saw an extremely miserable figure dragging its injured body forward in a sorry state at the foot of a mountain. If it was someone else, Yan Chutian might not care, but this figure was not someone else. It was the first friend he had made in the inner sect for half a year, Gu Hongshan. Thus, he couldn't care about anything else. He immediately flew down and landed at the foot of the mountain. It was fine if he didn't get close, but after getting closer, he could sense it more clearly. Not only was Gu Hongshan covered in wounds, he was also severely injured. More importantly, there were signs of his cultivation level dropping. Yan Chutian was very clear about this. Gu Hongshan must have been on the verge of a breakthrough when fighting with others. However, the other party didn't care and continued to attack. Only after being severely injured did his cultivation fall. As a result, if Gu Hongshan wanted to break through to the second level of the Sky Palace realm, he would have to put in even more effort than before. Knowing this, Yan Chutian's face couldn't help but turn cold. If Gu Hongshan couldn't win against others, it would be fine if he was injured. But if the other party knew this and still deliberately fought and dropped his cultivation, then his intentions were too sinister. When Yan Chutian approached, Gu Hongshan naturally sensed his aura. After raising his head and seeing his face, he revealed a bitter smile with great difficulty. Thinking about it, it was simple. Originally, he could have broken through, but he was beaten down. How could he smile? Seeing this, Yan Chutian hurriedly helped Gu Hongshan up and rushed towards his cave abode. Of course, during this process, he didn't forget to ask Gu Hongshan what had happened. Gu Hongshan didn't hide anything from Yan Chutian. Even though he was in a sad mood, he still told him everything from the beginning to the end. Not long after helping Gu Hongshan into his cave, Yan Chutian also knew what had happened. It turned out that he had chanced upon a heavenly spirit tree in the mountain range where spirit beasts roamed. On the branch of the heavenly spirit tree, there was a sparkling and translucent heavenly spirit fruit. Gu Hongshan's cultivation was already at the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm. When he saw the heavenly spirit fruit, he naturally felt that the opportunity to advance had arrived, so he immediately went to pick it. However, at this moment, another disciple appeared. His cultivation was slightly higher than Gu Hongshan's, and he was at the quasi-second level of the Divine Palace realm. But even if he knew that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, how could Gu Hongshan give up when the opportunity to advance was right in front of him? Thus, the two of them came to an agreement to determine the ownership of the heavenly spirit fruit through a battle. What happened next was self-evident. While they were fighting, Gu Hongshan's cultivation suddenly neared a breakthrough, which made him overjoyed. He expressed that he would give up and retreat at the same time. Although he expressed that he would give up, the other party didn't let him off and forcefully attacked. In the end, the other party took the heavenly spirit fruit and left. Hearing this, how could Yan Chutian not know what the disciple who had forcefully knocked down Gu Hongshan's cultivation was thinking? At that time, he must have thought that his dignity as a senior disciple had been challenged. Furthermore, he saw that Gu Hongshan was nearing a breakthrough and wanted to advance to the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm before him. Thus, he didn't let him off and forcefully injured Gu Hongshan, causing his cultivation to fall. "Senior brother Gu, what's that person's name?" Yan Chutian slowly asked with a bone-piercing coldness in his tone. How could Gu Hongshan not know what Yan Chutian meant? However, he didn't hide it because he knew that Yan Chutian wasn't an impulsive person. That person seems to be called Gu Yun. He took the heavenly spirit fruit and most likely wanted to advance to the second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm with the heavenly spirit fruit. Gu Hongshan slowly spoke, and he didn't forget to mention Gu Yun's cultivation. Although he knew that Yan Chutian wasn't an impulsive person, he had to clearly tell him that Gu Yun wasn't someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, Gu Yun was at the quasi-second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm previously, but the next time he appeared, he would be at the true second level of the Heaven's Mansion realm. Yan Chutian naturally understood Gu Hongshan's reminder, but he didn't say anything about it and helped Gu Hongshan settle down. When Gu Hongshan began to steadily recover, Lin Yun walked out of the cave abode with a cold light flickering in the depths of his eyes. After spending half a year together, he had already treated Gu Hongshan as a true friend, not to mention that Gu Hongshan had taken care of him every time he looked for spiritual beasts. Thus, when he found out that the reason for this matter was because of Gu Yun's ruthlessness, he had already memorized Gu Yun's name. Either he didn't let Gu Yun find an opportunity, or he would let Gu Yun know what it felt like to have his cultivation fall. At this moment, a faint light suddenly flickered in his bronze identity token. When Yan Chutian took out her identity token, one could see that there was an additional medium contribution recorded on the light screen. With the intermediate contribution in his hands, Yan Chutian didn't hesitate and immediately charged towards the spiritual cleansing lake. His current cultivation was truly too weak. If he didn't become stronger, not to mention taking revenge for Gu Hongshan, even if he appeared before Gu Yun, he would only be like an ant without the slightest ability to fight back. The spirit cleansing lake was located behind the spirit origin tree. On top of the sky-high mountain, there was a huge lake quietly existing. On the surface of the lake, there was dense spiritual energy that didn't dissipate all year round. Although they were both spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the spiritual cleansing lake was different from the spiritual origin ancient tree. Since there was the spiritual cleansing lake, it meant that the spiritual energy here was extremely pure. It was so pure that it could wash away the impurities in the spiritual energy in a cultivator's body. In addition, the spiritual cleansing lake more or less had the effect of cleansing a cultivator's physique. In comparison, it could be said that the latter made many disciples crazy. However, it was also because of this that it wasn't easy to enter the spiritual cleansing lake to cultivate. Even if one used contribution points, they wouldn't even be able to enter the outer lake. They would only be able to enjoy the magical effects of the spiritual cleansing lake in the corner. Fortunately, Yan Chutian obtained an intermediate contribution. Although he couldn't enter the inner lake, he could still enjoy the benefits in the outer lake. With the intermediate contribution, Yan Chutian successfully stepped into the outer lake of the spiritual cleansing lake. Although the spiritual cleansing lake was a lake, there were various restrictions inside. Every seat was completely isolated from the other seat. On one hand, it was to prevent people from sneaking in. On the other hand, it was to avoid fighting. But in fact, everyone here didn't even have enough time to cultivate, so how could they have time to fight? Back to the topic, when Yan Chutian stepped into the outer lake, he entered a sealed space. The space was only a few feet wide like a pool. However, Yan Chutian knew that it wasn't the same as his previous life. It was good enough to be able to cultivate in the outer lake. Furthermore, his profound yang energy was about to advance, so how could he waste time? Quickly taking off his clothes, Yan Chutian sat in the middle of the pool. In an instant, the warm water of the spiritual cleansing lake soaked his body. The water of the spiritual cleansing lake was very interesting. Although it was gentle, it was ice cold when it entered a cultivator's body. However, Yen Chutian was already used to it. After a while, he took out the mysterious dragon-shaped herb. When the dragon-shaped herb came out of the interspatial space, Yen Chutian once again felt the crazed thirst for the profound yang energy in his body. How could he hesitate? He immediately swallowed the dragon-shaped herb. But after swallowing it, Yen Chutian almost spat it out. Because when it entered his mouth, it emitted an extreme heat. It felt as if he had swallowed a piece of charcoal. But even if it was hot, how could he spit it out? He immediately calmed his mind and circulated the profound yang energy in his body to swallow the charcoal. Actually, there was no need for him to circulate the profound yang energy. As long as he didn't suppress it, the profound yang energy in his dantian would crazily rush into his mouth. Immediately after, Yen Chutian felt that there were strands of essence being separated from the plant. They merged with the profound yang energy and were sent to the root. At the same time, when the essence was absorbed by the profound yang energy, there seemed to be impurities being separated. But Yen Chutian soon knew that these weren't impurities, because these separated substances contained unimaginably pure spiritual energy. This feeling was even more pure and holy than the fragments of the immortal spirit vein that Yen Chutian had secretly hidden. Chapter 688. Knowing this, Yen Chutian's face was immediately filled with unsuppressible joy. It seemed like his prediction wasn't wrong. The dragon-shaped grass would be of great help to his cultivation. Perhaps this trip to the spirit-cleansing lake would allow his xianyang qi to advance and his cultivation to the heavenly palace realm. Time always seemed extremely long under the silent cultivation. However, Yen Chutian was an exception this time. This was because he could clearly feel that the temperature in his mouth, which was like burning charcoal, was decreasing bit by bit. When the heat completely disappeared, it would determine whether his xianyang qi could advance or not. But before the heat in his mouth completely disappeared, he broke through to the 9th level of the Yuanying realm and stepped into the 9th level of the Yuanying realm. But even if it was a breakthrough, Yen Chutian was only slightly happy for a moment before returning to a state of eternal silence. Because this time, breaking through to the 9th level of the Yuanying realm was only the foundation. The most important thing was to break through to the heavenly palace realm and advance his xianyang qi. Time continued to quietly flow by in this silence. After an unknown amount of time, the figure that was quietly seated in the pool like a boulder finally moved once again. At this moment, although Yen Chutian's eyes were tightly shut, his mind was as tense as an arrow on a bowstring. It was also at this moment that he sensed that the last bit of heat in his mouth had completely disappeared. So in the next moment, he stared at the movements in his body. He didn't want to miss a single thing. He did not let down Yen Chutian's expectations. Under the latter's tight gaze, in the depths of his silent dantian, there was a sudden surge of wretchedness. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the waves were all xianyang qi. This was a world that was completely constructed by xianyang qi. At the same time, there was a wisp of fire that seemed to be the source of all things burning in the center of the dantian. But it was different from the usual silence. At this moment, the burning fire was producing an indescribable change. This change could be said to be unfamiliar to Yen Chutian, but it could also be said that he was extremely familiar with it. Although the meaning was different, it was the advancement of xianyang qi that he had experienced before. Once the source of the fire advanced and stepped into the 4th grade, the xianyang qi around his body would continuously transform and eventually transform into the 4th grade xianyang qi. At the same time, his spiritual energy would also become stronger because there was a portion of the xianyang qi in his spiritual energy. Although the transformation of the xianyang body was a little slow, under the nourishment of the 4th grade xianyang qi, it would eventually advance to the 4th grade xianyang qi. There were many benefits, but Yen Chutian zest there. But he still didn't dare to have the slightest. After all, until the very last moment, even his heart was still uneasy. Even he didn't know what kind of changes would happen. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to be looking after him. Or it could be said that Yan Chutian's luck was too good. Although the fluctuation lasted for a long time, in the end, Yan Chutian still vaguely sensed that the source of all the profound yang qi seemed to have advanced to a completely new state. This situation made him think that the Xianyang qi should have successfully advanced, right? It was as if this wisp of fire seed was aware of Yan Chutian's uneasiness. Hence, an indescribable aura gradually spread out and swiftly changed the surrounding mysterious yang qi. If Yan Chutian wasn't prepared before, he was fully aware of what was going on at this moment. His profound yang qi had really advanced to the 4th grade. After confirming the advancement of the mysterious yang qi, how could Yan Chutian still suppress the wild joy in his heart? If not for his usual calm and collected nature, the current him would have already laughed out loud. It was no wonder that he was like this, because it had been too long since the last time the profound yang qi advanced. After such a long time, even if he didn't say it, he was clear in his heart that the help of the 3rd grade profound yang qi was constantly decreasing as his cultivation continued to grow. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his recent methods to not have much to do with the profound yang qi. But with the advancement of his profound yang qi today, everything would be different. The advancement of his profound yang qi to the 4th grade, even without mentioning the related aspects, just the profound yang seal was enough to make him look forward to it. In the few descriptions of the profound yang seal, the profound yang seal not only had a powerful offensive power, but it also contained a mysterious sealing power. When the seal was blasted out, it would be able to seal the opponent's attack even before the two sides collided. This kind of seal could probably seal a weak attack and turn it into nothingness. And for a powerful attack, even if the seal's effect would be greatly weakened, it would still have some residual power. Hence, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that once the profound yang seal was formed, it would become Yan Chutian's trump card, second only to the profound yang devour. But even if he was overjoyed, Yan Chutian did not forget about the important matter. At this moment, his cultivation was already extremely close to the heavenly palace stage, but there was still a gap. So now, he had to use the remaining time to make the final push. With this thought, Yan Chutian quickly calmed down and took out all the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. The remnant power of the dragon-shaped grass had yet to be exhausted, but even if it exploded, it wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he was careful and left behind some fragments of the immortal spiritual vein. As for whether he could step into the heavenly palace stage in the end, aside from his own efforts, it would depend on his luck. Gently exhaling, Yan Chutian gently raised his hand and hovered the fragments of the immortal spiritual vein before him. At the same time, the water rippled and the dense mist blurred his vision once again. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. After a few days, Yan Chutian's time in the spirit-cleansing lake was nearing its end. In just one more day, it would be completely over. But at this moment, Yan Chutian's aura was still extremely stable. Although he was much stronger than before, it was impossible for him to break through to the heavenly palace stage. But even so, Yan Chutian's expression was still calm and there wasn't any impatience. It was as if he had already given up on the idea of using this opportunity to break through to the heavenly palace stage. So much time had passed, and the remaining day passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was nearing the end. As it neared the end, Yan Chutian's eyes slightly moved and he slowly opened them. But the moment he opened his eyes, his aura, which had been extremely stable, began to violently fluctuate. In fact, rather than saying it was a fluctuation, it was more accurate to say that there was an extremely powerful energy surging out from the depths of his body. If there was a heavenly palace stage cultivator here, they would definitely be familiar with this situation. This was Yuanying condensing all the energy in the body to open the heavenly palace. If the heavenly palace was opened, it would replace the dantian and become the source of the cultivator's cultivation. The space of the heavenly palace was much more vast than the dantian and was able to accommodate a vast amount of spiritual energy. Once the heavenly palace was opened, it would be extremely difficult for others to damage their own foundation. In other words, the heavenly palace was like a palace that protected one's foundation. Unless one could break through the heavenly palace, even if the dantian was torn apart, it wouldn't cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. But it was also because of the various benefits of the heavenly palace that it was extremely difficult to open it. There were many peak Yuanying cultivators who were stuck before the opening of the heavenly palace, such as the leader of the Iron Plate disciples. They had tried to open the heavenly palace several times, but each time it ended in failure. And as long as they failed, the energy they had previously accumulated would be exhausted, and they could only start from the beginning and slowly accumulate again. Back to the main topic, when Yen Chutian began to open the heavenly palace, the Yuanying little person that had been quietly sitting in the depths of his dantian slowly stood up. Then, its gaze suddenly looked towards the sky. Although there seemed to be nothing there, the Yuanying little person, or Yen Chutian, was very clear that that was the source of the opening of the heavenly palace. Chapter 689. The Yuanying minifigure was looking at the source of the heavenly palace. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hesitate. In the next instant, he manipulated the Yuanying minifigure to pick up a heavy axe from the turbulent sea of spiritual energy in his dantian. Then, he swung it down fiercely. The heavy axe swung down. It was clearly aimed at an invisible space. However, when it reached a certain point, it seemed to have come into contact with a hard object and was immediately repelled. Seeing that his spiritual axe was repelled, Yen Chutian was not surprised at all. This was because he was very clear that he was just testing the waters. Now that the testing was over, it was time for him to do his best to open up his own heavenly palace. Then, Yen Chutian continued to use the Yuanying minifigure to sweep up heavy axes from the endless sea of spiritual energy in his dantian. Then, without exception, these heavy axes all swung toward the invisible space. However, the result was the same as before. Every single heavy axe that swung down was immediately repelled, and the axes were densely chipped. Some of the heavy axes were even completely destroyed when they were repelled, dissipating into thin air. Under such consumption, even though the spiritual energy in Yen Chutian's dantian was like a sea, it was quickly depleted. Fortunately, under such a huge consumption, a vague outline finally appeared in the originally invisible space. As someone who had stepped into the heavenly palace stage once, Yen Chutian was very clear about this situation. This was the embryonic form of the heavenly palace. However, even though he could roughly see the outline of the heavenly palace, Yen Chutian did not dare to relax. This was because compared to the heavenly palace, the consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying. However, it was not that he did not have a way to deal with it. Mysterious Yang Qi condensation. With a slight thought, the mysterious Yang Qi condensation was slowly displayed by Yen Chutian. This method of the mysterious Yang scripture had a great effect on the recovery of spiritual energy and mysterious Yang Qi. As such, Yen Chutian was extremely confident in establishing a complete heavenly palace. Sure enough, with the recovery speed of the mysterious Sun Qi condensation, although it couldn't be said to be completely comparable to the consumption of the heavy axe, it was still able to greatly reduce the consumption speed. Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian once again devoted his attention to the opening of the heavenly palace. The heavens didn't disappoint those who persevered for a long time. Finally, when the spiritual energy in Yen Chutian's dantian was about to be completely depleted, at the last moment, he chopped out the last heavy axe made of spiritual energy. As the heavy axe fell, a scar appeared on the sky mansion, which was much clearer than before. Due to the appearance of this mark, the heavenly palace was complete. Immediately, a loud rumbling sound rang out, and the heavenly palace, which was originally right in front of him, began to expand toward the entire Dantian. In just a few breaths, the heavenly palace had expanded to 10,000 feet, completely replacing the existence of the Dantian. The 10,000-foot heavenly palace was the range of the heavenly palace for cultivators at the first level of the heavenly palace. After each advancement, the range would expand by another 10,000 feet. In the end, only when the heavenly palace broke through 10,000 feet could one guide the heavenly source to appear in the heavenly palace world and step into the heavenly source stage. However, this didn't mean that there was no difference between cultivators with the same range of heavenly palaces. If a heavenly palace cultivator wanted to advance, they had to polish the heavenly palace to the extreme. Cultivators with the same range of heavenly palaces were differentiated by the degree of refinement of their heavenly palaces. Generally speaking, the more refined the heavenly palace was, the more powerful it was. After all, compared to the former, one had a clearer grasp of their own heavenly palace. But back to the topic, Yen Chutian didn't have the mood to think about this. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly absorbing the spiritual energy in the surrounding spirit-cleansing lake to constantly replenish his deficient heavenly palace. Due to the advancement of his heavenly palace, his spiritual energy had also changed, reaching the power of the heavenly palace. Therefore, after leaving the spirit-cleansing lake today, he would have to constantly replenish his body until his foundation was completely established. However, just as Yen Chutian was seizing the time to enjoy the last bit of cultivation time in the spirit-cleansing lake, the heavenly palace, which had been silent for a long time, rumbled once again. This caused his expression to change, and he immediately looked towards the source of the sound. And this glance made his face unsure of what kind of expression to show. He originally thought that something bad had happened. It wasn't that there was no such thing as the collapse of a newly opened heavenly palace. But what he saw wasn't the collapse of his heavenly palace, but the 10,000-foot heavenly palace, which was gradually expanding again. Although the commotion quickly subsided, he saw with his own eyes that his heavenly palace had expanded by over 1,000 feet during the commotion. In other words, his heavenly palace had most likely expanded to a range of 11,000 feet. But even Yen Chutian couldn't believe this situation. Indeed, there were rumors of heavenly palaces expanding in the heaven realm. But those rumors didn't happen when the heavenly palace first opened, but when breaking through later. Because of one's own luck, when breaking through, the heavenly palace would increase a little on the basis of 1,000 feet. Perhaps this was precisely because every time the heavenly palace expanded, it would increase from the initial foundation. This was why there was an insurmountable limit when the heavenly palace first opened. But now there was a situation where he had surpassed this limit. How could Yen Chutian not be shocked? After all, if the foundation of his heavenly palace was 11,000 feet, then as long as he could step into the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, it would directly become a 10,000 feet heavenly palace. Compared to other cultivators who could only expand their heavenly palaces when they were at the 9th layer of the heavenly palace, he only needed to take a small step to break into the heavenly source stage. There must be a reason for this. Yen Chutian would never foolishly think that this was something unexpected. There must be a reason. Yen Chutian had opened up the heavenly palace step by step. Even if he hadn't started polishing it, he was very familiar with it. Therefore, after focusing on searching, he soon found the source of this change. At the bottom of the heavenly palace, there were hundreds of spirit veins connected. This was the connection between a cultivator's body and the heavenly palace. However, in the middle of these hundreds of spirit veins, Yen Chutian could clearly see that there was an extremely eye-catching vein. What surged in this vein wasn't spiritual power, but mysterious yang qi. Knowing this, Yen Chutian immediately understood that it was because of the mysterious yang qi that caused the change in his heavenly palace. The source of the mysterious yang qi was in the heavenly palace. Although it couldn't directly affect the heavenly palace, after merging with the body, it flowed into the heavenly palace through a unique vein. As a result, his heavenly palace, which had already expanded to a standard range of 1,000 feet, forcibly expanded to 100 feet. And it was also because he knew that it came from the mysterious Yang Qi that Yan Chutian was naturally no longer worried. Only a deep surprise remained in his heart. This was because the larger the heavenly palace's range, the more foundation he had when fighting against other cultivators. Moreover, it could be said that the difficulty of breaking through to the heavenly source stage was greatly reduced. As long as he cultivated steadily, returning to the heavenly source stage was just around the corner. However, no matter how surprised Yan Chutian was, he had to quickly get up and leave the spirit-cleansing lake seat. He had already sensed the obvious intention of exclusion from the seat. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, someone would come in and drag him out in a while. Quickly flying out of the spirit-cleansing lake, Yan Chutian's figure suddenly flew out with the tip of his foot. Just this speed alone was almost comparable to when he had used the profound shadow earlier. However, it couldn't be generalized. After all, the mysterious shadow was more about unpredictability. However, it was inevitable that as his cultivation increased, his ability to evade other people's attacks in a strange manner also weakened. Now, the mysterious shadow could only be regarded as a strange and unpredictable movement technique. Not long after, Yan Chutian rushed back to his cave dwelling and immediately went into seclusion in the depths of the cave, stabilizing and mastering his own state. This seclusion lasted for a full 10 days before he finally walked out of the cave dwelling. After coming out of seclusion, Yan Chutian's aura was completely natural. He no longer had the immature feeling he had when he first entered the heavenly palace. Evidently, with the experience of his previous life, he had already stabilized his state in 10 days, several times faster than ordinary cultivators. After that, he immediately went to visit Gu Hongshan, but the latter was still silent in his recovery and did not notice him. How could Yan Chutian not understand that Gu Hongshan did not notice him because he wanted to recover too much? Thinking about it, he was originally on the verge of a breakthrough, but he was beaten down by someone. Such a huge difference could probably become a nightmare that would cause one to be bewitched. Chapter 690. Gu Hongshan's situation made Yan Chutian more aware of Gu Yun's viciousness, but on the other hand, it also told him that he couldn't just watch as Gu Hongshan sank into despair. If he allowed Gu Hongshan to continue like this, the drop in his cultivation would become a shackle for his entire life, shackling him from advancing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his cultivation career had come to an end. And for a cultivator, the end of their cultivation career was akin to the end of their life, which was even more despairing. So Yan Chutian quickly made a decision and silently headed towards the trading pavilion. According to what he knew, Gu Hongshan's situation should have a corresponding medicinal pill in the trading pavilion. Even if it was extremely difficult to obtain, and for Gu Hongshan's situation, it would only be able to alleviate it and not cure it completely. But no matter what, he couldn't just watch as Gu Hongshan sank into suffering. When Yan Chutian descended into the depths of the trading pavilion, his gaze immediately swept across the dazzling array of pills on the counter. And as expected, it didn't take long for him to see a pill that he had long expected. The name of the pill was the Qi-restoring pill, and Yan Chutian was very clear about its effects. If Gu Hongshan consumed it, even if it didn't recover his cultivation, it would at least greatly alleviate it. Furthermore, he believed that Gu Hongshan wasn't someone who would be easily defeated. As long as he could give him a trace of hope, he would definitely be able to climb out of the quagmire and stand up again. Although he found the Qi-restoring pill, the price of the pill wasn't out of his expectations. At the very least, it was enough to leave the current Yan Chutian in the dust. After thinking about it, Yan Chutian finally turned his gaze towards the contribution of the mission. Thinking about it, this chi-restoring pill could be exchanged for with low-grade contribution points. But it wasn't as if he wasn't clear about the difficulty of the low-grade mission. Generally speaking, even if it was a low-grade mission, there were very few cultivators at the second level of the Sky Palace realm that could accomplish it. Although Yen Chutian was confident in himself, his strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation level. However, without knowing the details of the mission, even he did not have the confidence to succeed. However, Yen Chutian knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Moreover, rather than wasting time here hesitating, he might as well use it to select a quest. He used this time to pick out the simplest task. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a light shadow and rushed out of the trading pavilion, heading straight for the mission hall. Arriving at the mission hall, he saw many people coming and going in a hurry. Although Yen Chutian's cultivation had already broken into the heavenly palace realm. However, in this place it was still the most ordinary. Naturally, it wouldn't cause any commotion. In fact, to be honest, this wasn't even comparable to the commotion caused by someone who hadn't even stepped into the heavenly palace realm. But here at this moment, Yen Chutian did not have the time to pay attention to this. He hurriedly stepped into the hall and wantonly glanced at the light screens, looking at the missions. The number of low-level missions was the highest, but the difficulty of each mission was different. In order to ensure the highest success rate, Yen Chutian could only examine each mission one by one. No matter how many missions there were, half an hour was enough for him to understand the general idea. After that, he did not hide anything and kept a certain mission into his identity card. This mission might be more difficult in the eyes of others, but that wasn't the case in Yen Chutian's eyes. The mission was to kill a three-eyed blood spider at the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Coincidentally, he had a method to restrain the three-eyed blood spider. Since he had already accepted the mission, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated and headed straight for the mountain range where the three-eyed blood spider was located. The mountain range was meant for the disciples to train. Thus, there were layers of restrictions around it. Basically, as long as one trained in the corresponding area, there wouldn't be any casualties. But that didn't mean that there wouldn't be any casualties. After all, the restrictions were based on the disciples' identity. In other words, there were spiritual beasts at the third level of the heavenly palace realm in the bronze token disciples area. Unless one was an elite among the bronze token disciples, they wouldn't be able to resist the spiritual beasts at the third level of the heavenly palace realm. The three-eyed blood spider was located in the bronze token disciples area. However, the three-eyed blood spider didn't like daylight. Thus, Yen Chutian, who had arrived at noon, could only quietly wait for the night to fall. But before that, he wasn't completely unprepared. The three-eyed blood spider naturally liked damp areas. Thus, it was most likely to appear near some swamps or swamp. Therefore, the place where Yen Chutian was waiting was right beside a swamp. Sitting on top of a giant tree somewhere in the swamp, Yen Chutian used a concealment array to conceal himself. Then, he quietly closed his eyes and waited for the night to fall. But Yen Chutian didn't think too much about it. As dusk approached, before the three-eyed blood spider appeared, two figures slowly walked past the swamp. As they walked past, a faint conversation sounded out. "Senior brother Guyun, junior brother saw it with my own eyes. Goblins really did appear in the depths of the swamp. But that gnome is extremely cunning and its speed is shocking. I can't capture it by myself." When Yen Chutian heard Guyun's name, he abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the two figures that were slowly walking past. His gaze was directed at a black-haired man walking in front. Although his cultivation had stepped into the heavenly palace stage, his aura was extremely undisciplined and there was a faint sense of emptiness. Clearly, his heavenly palace realm cultivation was a little impatient for success. Compared to the black-haired man, the white-clothed youth that Lin Yun respectfully faced had not only broken into the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Although he had just broken into the second level, his aura was extremely condensed. So it was no wonder that the former would be so humble to the latter. But the one that Yen Chutian paid attention to was the white-clothed youth that the black-haired man addressed as senior brother Gu Yun. He didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world that there would be two people called Gu Yun in the Cloud Sky faction. So there was only one possibility, and that was that the white-clothed youth was the same Gu Yun that had struck down Gu Hongshan's cultivation. Thinking about this, Yen Chutian took a deep look at Gu Yun. Under such a gaze, his eyes became more and more solemn. The more he looked at Gu Yun, the more he felt that Gu Yun wasn't simple. Naturally, there was also a reason why Lin Yun's cultivation was only in the first level of the heavenly palace realm. But on the other hand, it also meant that Gu Yun wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, if Gu Yun was like the black-haired man, Yen Chutian wouldn't pay attention to him even if he stepped into the second level of the heavenly palace realm. But even if he was clear about this, Yen Chutian wouldn't waver. Furthermore, this was a good opportunity. Even if he didn't reveal himself, he had to disrupt Gu Yun's plan to capture the gnome. After making up his mind, Yen Chutian wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. After all, the most important thing was to kill the three-eyed blood spider and exchange for the true rejuvenation pellet. Furthermore, the gnome was more cautious and would only appear in the middle of the night. He could wait until the three-eyed blood spider was killed, then chase after it and take the opportunity to disrupt its plans. With that thought in mind, Yen Chutian took note of the direction that the two of them were heading in. Only then did he calmly wait. Lin Yun didn't know how long he waited, but when night fell, there was finally some movement. A rustling sound slowly spread out, like a breeze blowing through the leaves. But Yen Chutian was clear that this wasn't the sound of the wind, but the sound of something heavy stepping on the leaves. But Yen Chutian still didn't act rashly. Instead, he opened his soul's eye and looked towards the source of the movement. Sweeping his gaze, Yen Chutian was thankful for his patience, because what appeared wasn't the three-eyed blood spider. Although it wasn't the three-eyed blood spider, it was the three-eyed blood spider's favorite food, the spirit-gathering frog. Just like its name, the spirit-gathering frog had the ability to gather spiritual energy like a spirit-gathering formation. The three-eyed blood spider loved to eat frogs, not to mention the spirit-gathering frog that was rich in spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering frog that appeared was at the Yuanying realm. Yen Chutian believed that if there were three-eyed blood spiders around, they wouldn't let go of such a delicious meal. Thus, he calmed down and waited. This time, he didn't have to wait for too long. Very quickly, a huge black creature appeared out of nowhere. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 691. The night was dark, and the gigantic creature seemed to be invisible. Even when it moved on the fallen leaves, it did not make a sound. What was eye-catching were the three round holes that were emitting a strange red light at the front of the huge object. However, no matter how well it hid, it could not escape from Yen Chutian's perception. Under the scan of his spiritual eye, the gigantic creature was revealed. It was a giant black spider with 3 eyes on its head. Naturally, it was the three-eyed blood spider that Yen Chutian had been waiting for a long time. The three-eyed blood spider's silent appearance also made the spirit-gathering frog instinctively sense danger. Even though it did not seem to know the source of the danger, it immediately activated its spiritual energy and leaped in a certain direction. However, its escape was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the three-eyed blood spider. As the giant mouth moved slightly, a dazzling blood-red thread burst out and shrouded the spirit-gathering frog. In the next instant, the spirit-gathering frog was bound by the blood-red thread. At the same time, the spirit-gathering frog shrieked miserably. After all, at this stage, how could the spirit-gathering frog not know what it had encountered? However, no matter how miserably the spirit-gathering frog shrieked, It could not even delay for a moment, let alone break free from the thread that bound it. As the three-eyed blood spider's mouth wriggled slowly, the blood-red thread kept retracting and dragging the spirit-gathering frog, its prey, back to its mouth. When it was less than 3 meters away from the giant black mouth, the spirit-gathering frog felt that it had no chance of survival. It stopped shrieking and waited for its tragic death like a corpse. However, at this moment, its absent-minded eyes suddenly looked at the ground around it. There seemed to be a red light that kept pulsating. At the same time, as a frog-type spirit beast, the discomfort that came from its instincts grew stronger. At this moment, the spirit-gathering frog suddenly saw that the pulsating light seemed to be fire, and it seemed to be a flame that could burn everything. Since the spirit-gathering frog could clearly see the situation around it, how could the three-eyed blood spider not see the raging fire that was constantly encircling it? Even though it had already entered the heaven's sanctum, even though it had gained intelligence, it still couldn't get rid of that instinctive fear. Not to mention, it could also sense that the surrounding flames did not come out of thin air, but were mixed with dense spiritual energy. At this time, how could it care about the prey in front of it? The 3 blood-red eyes continued to scan the surroundings. But it was also at this moment that an indescribable fear suddenly came from the top of his head. If one were to say that his previous fear of the flames was an instinctive reaction, then he would definitely be terrified. The fear at this moment was like a suppression that had been hidden in the depths of his bloodline since ancient times. That was dragon intent. However, no matter how fearful the three-eyed blood spider was, it had still stepped into the heavenly palace realm. The spirit beasts on the second floor. He was absent-minded for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. The 3 blood-red eyes suddenly looked up, and blood-red aura continuously surged out from his abdomen. This blood-red aura was like a protective barrier, but it was also like a poisonous barrier. This was the most terrifying and troublesome technique of the three-eyed blood spider. But this three-eyed blood spider obviously couldn't wait until the poisonous barrier was fully formed. When the 3 blood-red eyes looked up, it saw a palm print descending from the sky. As the palm print descended, an indescribable sealing force immediately enveloped the three-eyed blood spider. That sealing power appeared to be very unremarkable. However, it forcibly sealed the poison barrier in place for a short period of time. It was at this moment that the palm imprint finally descended and ruthlessly pierced through the middle eye of the three-eyed blood spider. Immediately after, it grabbed a dark red crystal from within. When the palm retracted with the dark red crystal, the remaining 2 blood-red eyes of the three-eyed blood spider immediately dimmed. The three-eyed blood spider would never have dreamt that it would lose its life just because of a normal hunt. From the beginning to the end, it didn't see the other party's face clearly. It only knew that the other party was a human cultivator. The person who killed the three-eyed blood spider was naturally Yen Chutian. Only he, who knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness, could kill it in one strike with his cultivation. But even if it was a sneak attack and he knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness, Yen Chutian couldn't deny that the mysterious Yang seal had brought him a huge surprise. Especially the sealing force, which was extremely useful. Previously, he was already prepared to endure the obstruction and corrosion of the poisonous barrier. However, he did not expect that the sealing effect of the mysterious Yang seal would actually be able to seal the formation of the poison barrier. When he killed the three-eyed blood spider, the poisonous barrier naturally dissipated and no longer existed. While he was pleasantly surprised, Yen Chutian kept the three-eyed blood spider's spirit in his hand. As for the three-eyed blood spider's corpse, he wasn't prepared to ask about it. After all, he had proof with the spirit. Although the three-eyed blood spider was a spiritual beast at the second level of the heavenly palace realm, there wasn't much he could do with its body. Compared to that, Yen Chutian was more concerned about how to destroy Gu Yun's intentions. Although he had already decided that Gu Yun should be dealt with by Gu Hongshan, he still wanted to kill Gu Yun. But before that, It wasn't a bad idea to make things difficult for Gu Yun. Therefore, the next moment, Yen Chutian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, silently blending into the surrounding darkness and heading straight ahead. At the same time, after confirming that Yen Chutian had really left, the spiritual gathering frog popped its head out and recovered from its feigned death. Shortly after, it stared at the three-eyed blood spider's corpse with boundless desire surging in its eyes. Although the three-eyed blood spider was gone, it was still a spirit. But if it devoured its flesh, it would still bring great benefits to it. At the very least, it could allow it to advance once more. In the darkness, Yen Chutian was like a ghost as he constantly charged forward. Relying on his spiritual eye, he sensed the abnormality in front of him and immediately slowed down his footstep. Thereafter, he was like a ghost as he advanced bit by bit. Until a certain moment, he finally flew up to the crown of a huge tree and looked forward. He could see that there was a huge swamp in the open area a few dozen feet away. Although the swamp was incomparably quiet at this moment, Yen Chutian could faintly sense it by relying on her spiritual eye. In an inconspicuous place outside the swamp, there was an aura quietly concealed. Even though he had only sensed a single aura, Yen Chutian was very clear that since one person was here, the other person must be nearby as well. It was just that compared to the former, his concealment was much more perfect. As expected, after Yen Chutian slowly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual eye, he finally sensed the existence of another aura in an inconspicuous corner. Even without identifying it, he was able to determine at an instant that the second aura was that of Gu Yun, because the latter had concealed himself too well. If he didn't have his spiritual eye, Yen Chutian really didn't dare to imagine if he could find him. To be able to conceal himself so well, he didn't think that the black-haired disciple with a weak cultivation would be able to do that. Since it wasn't him, then it could only be Gu Yun. After confirming the existence of the two, Yen Chutian wasn't in a rush to act. Because if he wanted to annoy the other party, then naturally it would be best to wait for the gnome to appear. If it was light, it would make the other party's plan to capture the gnome go to waste. If it was heavy, it would be to reap the benefits and pick up the gnome. As for how much he could annoy the other party, that would depend on what happened next. Hence, following this, Yen Chutian started to wait like before. In the dark, he became the oriole waiting for the mantis to stalk the cicada. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the night sky became darker and darker. However, the more it was so, the more nervous the three of them became. Especially Yen Chutian, he was very clear about the habits of the gnomes. They were more cunning than the three-eyed blood spider. However, this was also because they weren't spirit beasts and had no attacking ability. They only had the ability to escape. Thinking about it, it was simple. Since they didn't have the ability to counterattack, they could only instinctively use their ability to escape to the extreme. As they waited, the night sky became darker and darker. Even the broken moon had disappeared from the sky. Just as the black-haired man who led Gu Yun here was about to lose his patience. In the originally calm swamp, bits of light finally appeared. Sogu. Chapter 692. Specks of light appeared in the dark swamp, immediately attracting the attention of the three people hiding in the dark. They had a premonition that the gnome was about to appear. Not letting down the three people's expectations, after a short silence, the specks of light became more and more eye-catching. Finally, under the converging gazes of many people, a creature that was only the size of a baby slowly emerged from the mud of the swamp. This was a gnome. The moment the gnome appeared, Yen Chutian felt something. Gu Yun, who was hiding very well, had a slight fluctuation in his aura at this moment. Obviously, the other party had confirmed the identity of the gnome. Not giving any time for others to react, Gu Yun's figure suddenly shot out from his hiding place. At the same time, the spiritual power around his body rose, and under the cover of the night, it turned into a big net and directly shrouded the goblin. Looking at this scene, Yen Chutian could not deny that Gu Yun's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, this action seemed to be the best way to surround and hunt. However, Yen Chutian, who knew the characteristics of the gnome, could not help but feel a little puzzled. This was because outsiders might not know, but he was the most clear about it. With this, it was impossible to capture the gnome. Even if there was a prelude to the ambush, the gnome's speed was too shocking. Even Yen Chutian did not have the confidence to be able to keep up. Therefore, Yen Chutian could not help but feel that it was strange. After all, the feeling that Gu Yun gave him before was that he was not a simple person. However, his current performance was too ordinary. Could it be that he did not know the characteristics of the gnome? However, the puzzlement only lasted for a moment, and Yen Chutian's eyes moved. In the next moment, he knew that Gu Yun was indeed not a simple person. The spiritual energy that surged around his body seemed to cover the sky and earth, but in reality, there was a gap that was purposely left in the middle. This was not a mistake, but it proved that he understood the characteristics of the gnome very well. Although the gnome was extremely cunning and had shocking speed, it had a fatal flaw, which was that its intelligence was not high. Although the goblins did not only have instincts, their intelligence was at most comparable to that of a human baby. Thus, when it caught a glimpse of a hole in the net of spirit force, its intelligence wouldn't allow it to think for long and it would immediately rush into the hole. However, how could this gap lead to a path of survival? At the end was the black-haired man who had been lying in ambush for a long time. Even if the black-haired man's cultivation was superficial, he was still at the first level of the Heaven Palace realm. The goblin was not an idiot. He would definitely be able to capture the former if he was running in such a straight line. But this time, even if the black-haired man wasn't a fool, he wouldn't be able to successfully capture the gnome. After all, Yen Chutian, who had witnessed everything, was hiding in the dark. In the swamp, the situation was just as Yen Chutian had expected. The goblin, who suddenly sensed the change, almost subconsciously rushed towards the gap in the spiritual energy that was sweeping towards him. That direction was where the black-haired man was lying in ambush. At the same time, when the black-haired man saw that the gnome was really rushing towards him without noticing anything, apart from being surprised, he also had a deep admiration for Gu Yun. He wasn't clear about the characteristics of the gnome, so he was naturally surprised when he saw the scene before him. The gnome actually followed Gu Yun's instructions and rushed towards him. Although he was surprised, the black-haired man was naturally prepared to capture the gnome. Otherwise, if he let the gnome escape, even without Gu Yun saying anything, he himself would feel ashamed. After all, it wouldn't be a problem for any other person to capture the gnome. However, the black-haired man would never have thought that when he secretly released his spiritual energy, a sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. Although the black-haired man couldn't understand why the gnome that was rushing towards him would bring a sense of threat, he still subconsciously opened up his Heaven Palace realm and frenzied spiritual energy madly brewed. However, just as the black-haired man was about to erupt, an indescribable sealing power suddenly descended, causing the spiritual energy that was about to erupt to abruptly stop for a moment. Even though this moment seemed inconspicuous, the black-haired man immediately understood that it was over. As expected, a surge of majestic spiritual energy descended and suppressed his body, making it difficult for him to move. Immediately after, he could only watch as the gnome that was rushing towards him was caught by a thin hand. After another breath, the black-haired man finally recovered. However, when he looked around, not to mention the owner of the thin hand, even Gu Yun had disappeared. How could the black-haired man not understand that their operation this time was actually taken advantage of at the very last moment? At the same time, Yen Chutian was in the mountain range, rapidly flying away. As for the gnome, he had already kept it. However, what surprised him was that Gu Yun's reaction was extremely fast, and he actually chased after him immediately. Originally, Yan Chutian didn't mind fighting with him, but Gu Hongshan's current situation was extremely unstable. Furthermore, he understood that such a fellow should be left to Gu Hongshan to deal with. Thinking about it from another perspective, Yan Chutian also didn't want to rely on others to defeat his enemy, even if that other person was his friend. Thus, right now, it was enough to destroy the other party's plan and take advantage of the situation at the very last moment to ruthlessly disgust him. As for fighting, there was no need for that. With that thought, Yan Chutian secretly activated the profound shadow. With his strange movement technique and the concealment effect of the concealment array, he instantly became like a ghost. He quickly disappeared into the pitch-black forest. Sensing that the other party had completely disappeared, Gu Yun, who had been chasing after him, had his originally indifferent expression turned dark. Even he didn't expect that someone would actually snatch the gnome away at the very last moment. This gnome was something that wasn't inferior to the heavenly spirit fruit that he had obtained not long ago. But even though he was furious, Gu Yun was still clear that since the other party was able to steal something from him so stealthily, the other party was definitely not a simple person. In his opinion, even a bronze token disciple at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm wouldn't be able to do it. Only a bronze token disciple at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm would be able to do it. If the other party was really at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, then he wouldn't be able to find any trace of the other party. Even if he managed to catch up to the other party, there was nothing he could do. Gu Yun was confident that he wouldn't be weaker than other bronze token disciples at the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, even if he had just stepped into the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, he didn't have any confidence in the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. After all, anyone at the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm would have a heavenly palace that was at least 3,000 feet wide. Even if the heavenly abode that expanded to 1,000 zhang in length was not polished, the increase in foundation was already terrifying enough. In Gu Yun's opinion, if he wanted to fight against a third level of the Heavenly Palace realm, he would have to wait until he had polished his Heavenly Palace realm to the limit and was considered half a step into the third level of the Heavenly Palace realm. However, Gu Yun didn't stop. He only took a deep look in front of him before he turned around and returned. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he would remember this debt today. If he found out about it in the future, he would definitely return it 100 times over. However, Gu Yun didn't know that not long after he returned, a figure gradually appeared on top of a huge tree. The figure that appeared was naturally Yan Chutian. He looked in the direction that Gu Yun returned with narrowed eyes. He knew that his actions would definitely make the other party remember this in his heart. However, he also wanted to tell Gu Yun that this was just a small consequence of what he had done back then. Right now, Gu Hongshan was only snatched away. But in the future, Gu Hongshan would definitely appear in front of Gu Yun and ruthlessly defeat him in front of everyone. With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian left in a flash and headed straight for the mission hall. After running around for a while, he finally returned to Gu Hongshan's cave abode at dawn with a truth-restoring pellet. This time, Gu Hongshan finally sensed the commotion caused by his arrival and slowly opened his eyes. "Junior brother Yan, you're here," Gu Hongshan said slowly, as if he wanted to show Yan Chutian a smile. However, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he couldn't squeeze out a smile. Instead, it looked rather ugly. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 693. Yan Chutian could be said to understand Gu Hongshan's emotions very well, so he did not say any empty words of comfort, but directly took out the rejuvenating pill. Gu Hongshan was not a person without eyesight. Even if it was just a casual glance, it allowed him to see through the identity of the rejuvenating pill. But how could he believe that the price of the rejuvenating pill was so high that even many bronze plate disciples at the second level of the Heavenly Palace could not afford it? Where did Yan Chutian get this rejuvenating pill? Apart from being shocked, Gu Hongshan was even more shocked. It was only when he focused his mind that he suddenly realized something. Yan Chutian's aura was completely natural, and this feeling was already different from before. This feeling was probably because he had stepped into the Heavenly Palace stage. Junior brother Yan, you've stepped into the Heavenly Palace? Gu Hongshan asked in shock, and even the deep sense of loss was temporarily forgotten. Yan Chutian naturally would not hide anything from Gu Hongshan, and immediately told him everything that had happened recently. But of course, there were still some things that needed to be hidden, such as the mysterious Yang scripture. Gu Hongshan was a smart person, so he pretended not to hear the things that Yan Chutian had mentioned. Moreover, when he found out that Yan Chutian had risked his life to accept the mission for him, in exchange for the rejuvenating pill, all that was left in his heart was a deep sense of gratitude. Because the other party was willing to do this for him, he treated him as a true friend. Junior brother Yan, you did this for me, Gu Hongshan. In the future, as long as I, Gu Hongshan, am able to do it, I will not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or go into a sea of fire. After solemnly swearing, Gu Hongshan swallowed the rejuvenating pill that Yan Chutian had handed over. Immediately after, he sat cross-legged in front of Yan Chutian and began to recover without any scruples. A cultivator could sit cross-legged or cultivate in front of another cultivator without any scruples. As long as the difference in cultivation was not too great, then it was true trust in the other party. The current Gu Hongshan was like this to Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian did not say much about this, and only sat down cross-legged in front of the cave. Naturally, he would not let down the trust that the other party had given him. While Gu Hongshan was recovering with the rejuvenation pill, Yan Chutian didn't waste any time. Instead, he slowly pulled out the gnome. These goblins were good stuff. The essence of the earth in their bodies was a strange substance that was even more precious than pure spirit chi. Now that his heavenly abode had just opened, although it was a full 1,100 feet wide, it was very rough everywhere, and required various kinds of essence of heaven and earth to speed up the polishing. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate slowly, who knew how long it would take for him to finish polishing his cultivation? Next, Yan Chutian slowly extracted the essence from the gnome. Although this kind of essence was best extracted when the goblin was still alive, he was not a cruel person. He first erased the life of the goblin before he began to extract the essence. This kind of stripping didn't need to wait for a long time. However, using it as a polishing tool for the Heavenly Palace wasn't. It would only take a short while. The Heavenly Palace was the foundation of a Heavenly Palace realm cultivator. If it was accidentally damaged during the polishing process, then there would be no place to cry. After half a day, Yan Chutian carefully used all the essence of the gnome on the polishing tool. However, even with the power of the gnome, the polishing of the 10,000 feet wide Heavenly Palace was only 100 feet. Furthermore, he felt that there was still room for refinement after polishing to 1,000 feet. However, even so, Yan Chutian was already satisfied. After all, the Heavenly Palace realm was not the same as the Yuanying realm. If the power of the gnome was used properly, it could allow a Yuanying realm level 8 cultivator to break through to level 9. However, in the same situation, its use on Heavenly Palace realm cultivators would be limited. As for Gu Yun being able to break through with the Heavenly Spirit Fruit, it was only because he had already polished the 10,000 feet wide Heavenly Palace to a certain extent. This was why he was able to use the Heavenly Spirit Fruit to open up another 10,000 feet wide Heavenly Palace. When the gnome was used up, Yan Chutian's senses retreated from the Heavenly Palace. Looking over, Gu Hongshan was still in a state of recovery. However, his condition and appearance were obviously much better than before. Yan Chutian couldn't help but rejoice in his heart because this meant that his vital recovery pellet had taken effect. In the end, after half a day passed, Gu Hongshan finally opened his eyes and stood up. Although his cultivation was still unstable, he no longer had the feeling of decline. This at least meant that the hidden injury from his cultivation that day had been healed. As such, as long as he gathered more power, he would be able to charge towards the second level of the heavenly palace realm. Apart from the joy, Gu Hongshan naturally would not forget that the reason for his change was because of the true recovery pill. Even if it was not the effect of the true recovery pill, the pill was like a primer that drew out the power in his body. Thus, in the next instant, Gu Hongshan, who could not suppress the excitement in his heart, rushed forward and hugged Yan Chutian. Being embraced by a grown man, Yan Chutian felt a little strange. She quickly struggled free and dryly coughed. "Senior Brother Gu, now that your internal injuries have been healed, I'm afraid it will be much more difficult for you to break through to the second level of the heavenly palace realm." Hearing this, Gu Hongshan's face was filled with joy, but he gradually calmed down. However, although he was calm, he would not be close to despair. After all, he had managed to survive before, let alone now. Even so, he would not forgive the person who caused him to become like this. If he had been defeated that day and could only hand over the heavenly spirit fruit, he would have accepted it and would not have said anything. However, the other party was so vicious and merciless, disregarding everything and attacking him, stopping him from breaking through. This could be considered as enmity. Killing intent appeared on Gu Hongshan's face as he recalled the topic he had mentioned. Yen Chu. Tian immediately understood who Gu Hongshan was thinking about. Since Gu Hongshan was thinking about it, Tian naturally would not hide it. After killing the three-eyed blood spider, he would make Gu Yun feel disgusted. Hearing Yan Chutian's words, Gu Hongshan couldn't help clapping his hands in joy when he heard that Yan Chutian had actually taken Gu Yun's peaches. But while he was feeling refreshed, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Junior brother Yan, did you fight Gu Yun?" "Gu Yun is..." Gu Hongshan was worried that Yan Chutian would be injured. After all, Gu Yun might have reached the second level of the heavenly palace realm. He already knew that Yan Chutian could kill the three-eyed blood spider in the second level of the heavenly palace realm. However, he also knew that Lin Yun already knew the three-eyed blood spider's weakness. Although the three-eyed blood spider had a weakness, Gu Yun did not have any weakness in Gu Hongshan's view. Naturally, aside from being worried, he was also unwilling to borrow the strength of others to take revenge for him. That would make him seem useless and he wouldn't be able to erase the humiliation from the depths of his heart. However, Yan Chutian's reply made him feel relieved. His face gradually turned solemn as killing intent surged on his face once more. "Junior brother Yan, I won't hide it from you. Gu Yun forced me to make a breakthrough and I, Gu Hongshan, will definitely take revenge personally." Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't say much and only said, "All right, I will wait for the day when senior brother Gu gets his revenge." Gu Hongshan's emotions gradually calmed down after he made an oath. But once he calmed down, a problem naturally appeared. Gu Yun had already stepped into the second level of the heavenly palace realm, and there was a gap between him and Gu Hongshan. It wouldn't be easy for him to make up for it. But right at this moment there was a faint glow in their identity tokens. It was clear that the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction had sent out a message. When the two of them scanned their identity tokens, one was confused while the other was overjoyed and his smile was hard to suppress. Looking at Yan Chutian's overjoyed expression, Gu Hongshan couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother Yan, do you know what kind of place this sky desert is?" "Senior brother Gu, aren't you worried that the gap between you and Gu Yun will be widened? This sky desert is the place where senior brother Gu can find an opportunity to overtake him. The sky desert is actually such a good place." Gu Hongshan was overjoyed as he knew that Yan Chutian wouldn't lie to him. Furthermore, this sky desert had just opened and the upper echelons of the Cloud Sky faction had already sent out a message. Naturally, it wasn't an ordinary place. However, Gu Hongshan didn't know that the reason why Yan Chutian couldn't suppress his joy wasn't because this sky desert was a treasure land. It was because he knew that not long after the sky desert opened, it would be the time for the sky desert to open. If he could perform outstandingly in the battles of the various factions when the sky desert opened, he would have a chance to meet the upper echelons or even the faction head. This also meant that his chance to meet his master had already arrived. Bookmark it for easier reading. Chapter 694. The news of the opening of the Sky Desert had already spread throughout the inner sect of the Firmament God Palace. After all, almost all of the senior disciples knew that although the Sky Desert had just opened, it was only limited to the private fights between the various factions. But not long after, when the Sky Desert opened, it would be a fight between the 8 factions. When that time came, all the disciples below the gold medal level of the 8 factions would come out and have a real fight in the Sky Desert. The scale of the fight was only second to the 8-faction martial meeting. Therefore, the activity of the various factions in the inner sect had already started to heat up. Although the Sky Desert had just opened, it was only limited to the gold medal disciples of the various factions. But no matter what, it was related to the face of the various factions. No faction would want to lose in such a fight. Inner sect, Cloud Sky faction. In the depths of the ancient mountain range, Yan Chutian was quietly sitting on a bluestone in front of a waterfall. On the other side, Gu Hongshan was also quietly sitting. But occasionally, he couldn't help but look at the former in surprise. He already knew about the Sky Desert. Naturally, he was looking forward to such an opportunity and treasure land. But although he looked forward to it, he faintly felt that Yan Chutian's anticipation of the Sky Desert had reached an unprecedented level. This naturally surprised him. After all, he had never seen the former like this before. It was as if the Sky Desert had some other meaning to him. However, Gu Hongshan didn't think too much about it. No matter what attitude Yan Chutian had towards the Sky Desert, he would fully support it. Moreover, he couldn't relax now. Although the Sky Desert was an opportunity, it was also a test. Although the Sky Desert had just opened, only the bronze medal disciples of each faction would enter the Sky Desert. But even among the bronze medal disciples, there was no lack of fighting. After all, no one would complain about having too many cultivation resources. Needless to say, the crystal marrow that was unique to the Sky Desert had an extremely powerful effect on tempering Heaven Palace realm cultivators. Thinking of this, Gu Hongshan suddenly exhaled. Then, his eyes suddenly sharpened and an unconcealable murderous intent flashed across. This was because Gu Hongshan understood that it was very likely that he would encounter Gu Yun in that desert. If there was a chance, it might be time for revenge. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bluestone, was still breathing steadily. Although he attached great importance to this Sky Desert, because once the Sky Desert opened, he might have a chance to see his master. However, although the opportunity was right in front of him, what was more important was whether he had the strength to grasp it. Yan Chutian was very clear on why only bronze plate disciples would enter the Sky Desert when it first opened. This was not a mandatory rule. It was only for the silver medal disciples. When the Heavenly Desert Crystal Marrow first opened, they didn't care about the levels at all. In this way, it gradually evolved into an unwritten rule for bronze plate disciples to enter. But even so, he had to seize the opportunity. This was because only by rising from the ranks of the bronze disciple would he be able to seize the opportunity and charge into the ranks of the silver disciple. The opening of the Sky Desert would not only allow all the bronze plate disciples to improve, but also prepare for the competition between the 8 branches when the Sky Desert opens. Among all the bronze disciples, the 10 who were qualified to lead the team would be chosen here. This was not only a matter of glory, but also the 10 people who led the team would have the qualifications to be compared to the silver medal disciples. In other words, The 10 people who competed would have the status of being on par with the silver medal disciples when the sky desert opens, even when it came to the distribution of the spoils of war. Don't underestimate such an identity. Without such an identity, even a bronze disciple at the 3rd level of the heavenly palace realm wouldn't be spared a second glance in front of a silver disciple. Yen Chutian was clear on this, so he naturally wanted to obtain at least one of the 10 status. In this way, he would be able to take the initiative when the heavenly desert opened. Otherwise, not only would he get less crystal marrow, he might not even have the chance to perform. Without a performance, how could he shine and rise? With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian no longer thought about it and calmed down. While he was slowly polishing his heavenly palace, he was quietly waiting for the passage of time. He was also waiting for the true opening of the sky desert. This wait lasted for a full 5 days. 5 days later, even without any reminder, everyone was able to see an enormous spatial crack vaguely visible in the sky above the cloud sky lineage. Under the sinister spatial crack were the faint figures of the cloud sky faction's elders, who were clearly stabilizing the space with their own power. None of the disciples who raised their heads dared to underestimate these figures. Those who could stabilize the space at such a time were at least Heavenly Yuan stage expert. The Heavenly Yuan stage was able to draw Heavenly Yuan into their Heaven Palace space and control it. The power they could erupt with could only be described as apocalyptic. Only those with such profound strength would be able to stabilize the turbulent space. This was a power that those at the Heavenly Palace stage, who could control space, could not compare to. Everyone was incomparably respectful towards these figures. Only Yen Chutian felt a little melancholy. The reason for that was because the original him also possessed such power. In fact, it could be said that he possessed even greater power. The elders stabilizing the space had all stepped into the Heavenly Yuan stage. There might even be a few among them that he did not pay much attention to, but he might have some impression of. However, Yen Chutian also understood that things were different now. In the past, he could look down on them with disdain. A single glance was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. But now, he was no more than an ant in their eyes. At most, he would be considered a fellow disciple. Moreover, they had not even seen a single jade tablet disciple, let alone these elders. It was only at such a time that they could observe from afar. But while Yen Chutian sighed inside, the bronze identity token that had been silent for a long time began to glow again. Before he could take a closer look, Gu Hongshan, who had been quietly sitting in the depths of the cave for a long time, charged out. What else could such a situation be apart from the true opening of the Tianma Desert? As expected, when Gu Hongshan's urgent voice rang out, the content was that the Tianma Desert had just opened, and all the bronze token disciples were to gather at the plaza. Hearing this, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. After exchanging a glance with Gu Hongshan, the both of them gently stepped off the ground. Vigorous spiritual energy surged out as they flew towards the plaza. At the same time, all the bronze token disciples of the Cloud Sky faction had already turned into streaks of light as they flew towards the central plaza. Although the bronze token disciples were not the strongest disciples, they were the most numerous. Hence, such a situation could be said to be extremely spectacular. Although such a scene would not attract the disciples above, it would at least cause the iron token disciples below to involuntarily gather to watch such a grand occasion. When countless figures descended on the plaza one after another, looking over, there were already figures waiting in the air in front of the plaza. The cultivation of these figures was not weak, as they had already stepped onto the Tianfujing 7th floor. Moreover, there were many Tianfu stage figures around them. These figures might not be elders, but even if they were deacons, they could not be underestimated. After all, their strength was enough to crush all the bronze token disciples. Next, the elder at the 7th level of the Tianfu realm opened his mouth and announced the rules of entering the Tianma Desert. In fact, rather than the rules of entering the Tianma Desert, it was the rules of the Heaven Realm that everyone knew. This rule was the law of the jungle. After entering the Tianma Desert, everything was decided by one's own strength. What people really paid attention to was that the top 10 bronze disciples would be decided in the competition for the Sky Desert that had just opened. These top 10 bronze token disciples would lead all the other bronze token disciples to meet with the silver token disciples and compete with the other 7 factions when the Tianma Desert opened. With regards to this, Yan Chutian had long understood. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he swept his gaze across the bronze plate disciples gathered on the square. As he looked around, he immediately sensed quite a few powerful auras that had been concealed. The strength of those auras was at the 3rd level of the Tianfu realm. Of course, most of them were at the 2nd and 1st level of the Tianfu realm. However, with Gu Yun as an example, Yan Chutian would not underestimate the 2nd level of the Tianfu realm. Add a bookmark for easier reading.